and welcome back to the Sultans of Shadilay podcast for episode 255. God damn, we're about to have ourselves an overflow error.
Nice.
We've been doing this for that fucking long. We've hit the magic number. Oh,
what is it? Is
dear.
it a deca bicentennial or something like that? Is that the 250 or decibicentennial?
No, wait.
Yeah, decibicentennial. Yeah, that's. Yeah.
A lot of shit going on there.
We've been doing, yeah, a lot of shit indeed. Fucking hell, LGM says he joined the Discord 3 years ago on Thursday.
Fucking.
Oh, wow.
Man.
Hey, Constantinople fell, what was it, 578 years ago yesterday?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a shame.
There's still time to reclaim it.
We might have
And then
to.
Harambe died 10 years ago on Wednesday.
And that's
Last
when it
Wednesday.
all went to shit,
Wow.
when they killed that damn gorilla.
Yeah.
Yep.
All those dicks out didn't do dick.
Clearly we didn't get enough out.
Well,
Yeah. Turns out the white supremacy of killing a gorilla to save a little black kid didn't work out so well for us.
Yeah. So, yes, I am, as always, your host, The Bezic. And today I'm joined by the two Americans once more. Returning from the battlefields of Flanders, we have Mr. Bleach Demon.
Greetings, salutations. More like we're done, which is ironic because I stopped at a little museum yesterday.
Of course you did.
Nothing related to the First World War. And they had like this little display, and they're like, well, we don't really know what all these things are. Like, all right, full autism mode.
I got you.
Don't you worry about it. You got a pen and paper?
I was part of me is like, maybe I should have said, oh, this is just junk. I'll take it from you.
It's all worthless trash. I'll take it off I'll throw it away for you.
Yeah. Don't worry about that. Probably $700 German World War I helmet.
Damn.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, it's because it was a odd size and it was camo painted. There was an original camouflage because they don't, the repros that are out there are never that specific size. So I was just like, ooh, okay, I'll take it.
They're not the side that's been starving for years under the policies of fucking Weimar era Germany.
Exactly. Yeah. Pre-Weimar solutions.
Yeah. Funnily enough, turns out both sides of the Nazis pedophiles. During the Nazis, they burnt degenerates. I'm not going to make no further comment for now. Oh dear. We're also joined by Fat Dave, Total Blackout Painting, at the Ever Reliable, who this week is coming to us live from the Kalahari, also known as his office.
Yeah. Yeah, they moved us into a new office. We moved in last week, and then, and it was a significant, it's a brand new office and all this shit, but it's a significant downgrade in my working space. And my manager didn't bother to make sure that the air conditioning was working in the bullpens in the livestock area before moving us over there. So it was like we're all over there working. It's damn near 80 degrees. Like, oh, this is an awesome interior temperature to work at. And then once they finally got the air conditioning working in one section, which wasn't my section, he comes over and he's like, are you too cold now? I was like, bitch, what do you think? I'm just complaining to complain? Like, fuck you. You fuck, it's like, fuck off. So, yeah. And then they want to have some big dick sucking celebration for him and his vanity project of the big office. Like, nah, I'm good. I'm gonna have a chiropractor's appointment while they're doing his lunch.
Yeah.
So
Something useful with your time.
mm-hmm.
Alrighty, who do we have down in chat now? We have Mr. LGM, we have Mr. Markey, we have her ladyship Silver. By some fucking miracle, Monkey's here. Did they run out of beer in all of England and Scotland? And Primed, of course. I think that's all I see down there in chat. Hello and welcome. Today, what do we have today? We've got a shit show. Yes.
Yes.
It's not our shit show, but apparently everyone else is having one, and we're going to point at it and go, it's all the left's fault. Because it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It actually does help when everything is your enemy's fault. And you can prove it. And you have receipts.
Yeah, it's been an interesting week for sure.
I would also like to suggest that we
yeah.
should have nuked Germany instead of Japan. Then,
Or just not defeated the Kaiser.
Yeah.
Those post-World War One treaties are really what got us into this fucking mess.
Mm. Blame the Serbs.
I'm going to blame the French. Because conveniently, it's actually their fault.
Yes.
I think we can. I think we can trace most evils of the last 150 years to the French.
We.
Quite a few.
I'm actually running it through my head, and yeah, most of them can like go back to the things like the Frankfurt School and the inspirations there. The fucking,
You know, maybe Robespierre was on to something, dude.
What, just beheading politicians at random?
Well, you know, I mean, but they look at him as a villain because he beheaded so many people, but really what they don't give him credit for was killing so many French. Yeah, exactly.
Insert the squeaky voice comedians who joke about the Nazis and the gypsies.
Yeah.
You don't want to talk about the good things they did. Oh, shit. But don't worry, we'll be talking about Alex Germany today. And dear God, that country's... They've never stopped being authoritarians. They've always been authoritarians. Yeah. It just turns out that they're still going retarded.
Some things never change.
Yeah. On today's lesson in winning a war, don't just give the country back. Crush them. Crush them completely.
Exactly.
And then balkanize the fuckers. Yeah, the USSR balkanized itself, and they still haven't recovered. Man.
Well, I mean, it can be argued that some of the USSR's problems
were also caused by the French.
Being isolated. Yeah, well, they're from being isolated by NATO.
Yes, it turns out that policy was effective.
Yeah.
A lot of their problems were stifling intellectual curiosity. Because apparently Ukraine's where all the fucking wheat in Europe came from. Like, the USSR owned that. Maybe if they'd tried slightly less communism.
I mean, any less communism would have been better.
Yeah. Yeah. But no, instead they wanted to do dumb things, and then they just collapsed because communism just doesn't work.
Yeah, go figure.
You know, the one of the interesting things looking back, because I'm trying to find a hard copy of I think it's called Coming Out of the Ice. And it was a American man who went in the 1920s with his family. Specifically, his parents worked for the Ford factory. Were sold all these tooling bits for old Model T Ford trucks. Went to the Soviet Union. And he ended up like, oh, shit. This is not good. His basically got into the system, was good with sports. I think was supposed to go to one of the Olympiads, and then they're like, well, no, he's a little too American, so we're going to put him in a gulag. And spent a great deal of his life in the middle of Siberia, living in a small cave in a riverbank, where he raised his family when they were finally able to join him. And it's like, yeah, they isolated themselves severely because of Stalin, basically.
Yeah. They could have achieved a lot with a fucking Model T factory.
Yeah. This actually was one of their big transportation sources, a variation of that, like the GAZ 28 or something like that, which is based on that Ford. So they were given everything, and then they fucked it up.
Yep, they did. They just fucked it. But that's communism for you.
The French hadn't fucked up the Germans and their peace at the end of the First World War, that shit wouldn't have happened.
Yeah. I would, and the fucking modern day communists are like, oh, but North Korea's in style. That's because North Korea is a theocracy. They're not communists. They're a theocracy.
Right. Yep.
Yep.
Well, and calling them stable when people are literally starving to death and like having to make, grass soup to live. it's a tough sell.
Well, they're just the poors, and as we know, all good Western communists are fucking spoiled little rich kids.
Oh yeah.
This is true.
Communism sounds great when you've never worked a day in your life and think you're going to be part of the administrative class. Yeah, when you think you're going to be a part of the party. It's like, no. If there is a communist uprising, they're going to hunt down the rich people, and guess what? You're them.
Yeah.
Because how else is the party going to secure the funding? Got to take it all away. And then while they're at it, they're going to go after all the companies that are making money and kill the people in charge, and then wonder why they can't run the oil refineries. And any attempt at anything like, oh, I don't know, maybe a pair of matching nuclear power plants just goes pop.
Yeah. And it's not, and it wasn't just the communists trying to wipe out the farmers in Ukraine, because in the Holodomor, because the Ukrainians were also a Christian nation at that time, and many of the communist officials were not, under their tiny hats, if you catch my drift. So the Holodomor and the murder of the kulaks was a lot about communism, but it was also a lot about the destruction of Western culture.
Which conveniently ties into what we're always talking about here, which is that communism can't survive. Well, most things can't survive Western culture, especially Christianity.
Yeah.
So, Bleach, if you could arrange for the next pope to actually be a fucking Catholic, that'd be great.
Yeah, don't get me started on that shit. There may be a expose on my take on that. It's like, really, can we just have a Catholic pope, please?
Oh Jesus, yeah.
I'm thinking of the thumbnail now because, god damn it, I guess I'm a YouTuber, not necessarily a successful one, but I'm a YouTuber. I'm like, headline: is the Pope Catholic? Thumbnail: No.
With a question mark.
Yeah.
Yeah, with a question mark.
Genuine question.
And then the thumbnails got like Bleach's avatar pointing with a shocked look and the Pope and shitting in the woods and the words no.
I'll just say straight up right now, in my sleepy time weather, no, because he's another Latin American pope. We cannot tolerate non-European, philosophically non-European based popes, and then fucking German bishops have gone off the fucking rails too. Oh look, Germans at it again. We need like an angry French pope or an angry Italian pope. That would be acceptable.
I think Italian. We need an Italian pope.
Yeah, see if we can find
Angry,
one.
old school Italian.
Yeah, the ultra.
Or you know what? Maybe we get another Polish one.
I mean, that one worked out pretty well, but he was also a little soft on certain things.
If we can get one that's vehemently anti-communist, that'd be nice.
Anti-communist and anti-Islam.
John Paul was a post-World War II consensus boomer. And that's how he acted in a lot of ways.
He was a pre-World War II consensus, greatest generation kind of guy. He fought with the Polish Home Army. But biggest problem was he was a endorser of Vatican II, which is the most boomer tier version of Catholicism ever. It's like, oh, we've got to appeal to the youth by fucking everything up. It's like, no, stop.
It's not a great way to appeal to the youth.
No. And that's the constant problem I see in Christianity is, oh, we've got to modernize everything to keep contemporary. It's like, well, that's not what the entire religion is about.
Meanwhile, the Church of England, literally satanic.
Yeah, I love the old common book of prayer, but with the current state of the Anglican and Episcopal churches, nope, not a chance. I'm with Monkey. A Scottish pope will work.
And CSG says the Soviet Union moved people around so they couldn't form homogenous communities and actively break up culture so they wouldn't rebel. Should we draw any parallels?
Are you saying
how
that
are things going in France, England, Canada, and Australia at the moment?
Are we saying that diversity is the strength of the Soviet Union?
Yeah.
Well, it certainly sounds like it's the destruction of the people. The people's vote.
It would help. It would help to prevent the balkanization of people within our own countries.
Yeah,
it's
also a lot easier to dob your neighbor into the party when they're not your people or you're not their people. Muslim arrives and the party's like, turn in the wrong thinker, and the Muslim goes, look at all these infidels with their hair out, and dobs them all into the party.
But the problem with that, I mean, if they took those Muslims and put them into a population that wasn't Muslim and made them be less Muslim, there would be less of a problem. But the problem we have now is they take these Muslims, bring them into our country, and put them into a similar population and allow that population to grow and fester within the country. And it actively, I mean, and that's what the communists were going against, right? The communists were trying to prevent diversity, for lack of a better word, diversification of the culture, by breaking up the communities and spreading them out. They were actually homogenizing those people into the populace, and we don't do that now. We allow people to form ghettos and communities that are separate from the normal culture, and then we have Muslims in here saying, oh, look at that woman with her hair out, instead of just realizing that having her hair out is the normal fucking state of being.
Well, yeah, you know, I'm going to also go a step further with this analysis of yours because I think it's spot on. But it's the the suitcase elite, the rich urbane, you know, always executive class, your urban elite types. Even when they're like dirtbag poor, they still think of themselves as the metro class. The ones that are like they have no mooring to a place or time because they can just pick up and go and do their shitty international job at any time.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's because the business class like that really doesn't have an allegiance to anything but money and business. And so they don't need to have rootless cosmopolitans. That's a good way to put it.
Yeah.
LGM. They don't need to have allegiance to a single nation or country because their allegiance is to the dollar.
Yep, and they don't have a culture.
Well, but they do. I would say I would argue that they do have a culture. Yes, a very deficient one. A one that has embraced evil.
Yeah,
for convenience.
Yeah, the very cosmopolitan culture of the capitals and the large cities. Okay, completely unlike the rest of reality. The laptop class.
Yes, the laptop class. There we go.
Yeah.
The people who will hopefully soon be replaced by AI.
Soon enough.
Well, you know who loves the laptop class right now is the people in Mexico City.
Yeah,
they fucking deserve them.
I don't.
Yeah,
you couldn't even pay me to live in Mexico City.
Well, there's so many people. I mean, there's some really nice neighborhoods in Mexico City. It was one of the biggest cities in the world at some point because it does have it's like where all the wealth in Mexico is concentrated.
I'm sure it's great if you're Mexican. But
well, it caters to a lot of tourist shit, right? But now the Mexicans are pissed off because during COVID, so many Americans, ran off to Mexico City, and they start de-Mexicanizing the fucking place.
Yeah.
They start making it Anglo places, and so then they protest about we need all these white people out of our city. But it's like, yeah, now you know how we fucking feel about you. Fucking assholes.
Yeah. What's that? It's a problem when massive amounts of foreigners move in and start distorting your culture? I agree. Now let's talk about solutions.
Yep. They're complaining about shopkeepers who don't speak Spanish.
Yeah.
Like, really?
Yeah. What about call centers that don't speak English?
Right.
Anyway.
Sir, I speak best English ever, sir.
Sir.
Shut up and get in the site.
Yeah.
Anyway, actually, no. There's a more topical one. Shut up and go fight a bear. Right. Anyway, we should probably get on with things. Let's do some shilling, and then we can get into Bleach's segment. Bleach, you're headlining tonight.
Oh, that's good.
So, yes, if you'd like to support the show, in particular, this month I am fundraising to recoup the cost of the extremely expensive treadmill behind me. More on that later.
Oh, nice.
So that's what where I'm collecting funds for this week. And if you would like to donate to us, well, me, sorry boys, your monies, you can get in for as low as $5 a month, though we do recommend the higher tiers. The perks are so much better. Starting at the $5 tier, you get your name in the credits, you get access to super secret Discord channels where you can talk shit about the pores, and things like that. Going up to the $15 tier, which is where the fun really starts, you can submit written comments in longer form that will be read out live on the show. You get invited to monthly hangouts where everything. It's always crazy. It's always a great time. We always have lots and lots of fun. We talk
I
shit.
think I won a round of golf this time.
Holy crap! Wow.
It was wild. Or I came damn close. I can't remember.
Yeah. Last time I played, some asshole decided we were going to have randomized ball shapes, and that was awful.
Oh, that's that was a mistake. I'll admit that was a mistake. It was funny, but it was a mistake. So you're like my pleading there, Bezic.
Yeah. I'm going to get the pressure washer out and hook up the soap bottle. So yeah, I highly recommend the Hangouts. They're incredibly good fun. I'm gonna have to fucking Trim. He's going on fucking vacation as soon as he gets back. So we might have to just schedule around him again.
I don't blame him.
Me either, but
You know, it makes me wonder though. What is Trim? Because he works on a ship where people go on their vacation. So he works at a vacation spot, and it's like, where does he go to a vacation? Does he just go to a Burger King or McDonald's and hang out there?
If I was
Just
Trim,
camp out at a burger joint.
if I was Trim and I worked on a vacation spot for 3 weeks at a time and then came home with people wanting me to deal with 3 weeks of domestic bullshit, I'd tell them I'm going on vacation and then lock the fucking door, turn the lights off, and hide under my fucking bed for a week.
Right.
Oh dear. Don't know where Trim's going on his vacation now, Jim. We'll get him to tell us all about it when he comes back. And I'm going to remind him to take lots and lots of photos, especially if he sees something that looks old, other than his parents. Oh dear.
You know, I'm just going to make up a place for him. He's going to go to Thailand and get himself well, he's going to think it's a lady boy, and it turns out to be an actual woman.
Ugh. Hold on, there's a fucking meme for that. Let me see if I can find it. It's possibly one of my favorite memes of all time.
Is that the one where it's like, hey, I think I'm attracted to lady boys with vaginas?
Yes.
That is one of my favorite memes of all time. Or femboys. I'm attracted to femboys with vaginas. Absolute fucking ape.
That's called a woman, you dumb motherfucker. You stupid fucking ape. Something like that. Someone recently posted it again on the fucking server. So where the fuck did it go? Oh dear. I don't want to have to Google this because that'll fuck the algorithm.
I think it's in the NSFW memes channel.
Oh, that might be why I can't find it. Yes, it is. It's a Bobcat special. There we go. I think you mean the femboys with vaginas. How do you call that? That's called a woman, you dumb motherfucker. You stupid fucking ape. Oh, man. Bet one of my favorite memes of all time.
Yeah.
Right. Yes. I'll ping Trim, see if he's got an available weekend. Otherwise, we'll just book one to make sure everyone gets a bit more notice again. because that helped last time. Having the extra notice, I think. And at some point, I'm going to have to see if I can arrange an one for the people who can't make it at that random time on a Sunday. But for now, we'll wrap up the show. So, up at the $30 tier, that's the super fancy one. The one that gets you the ability to submit video comments, like Callum has been doing, and he submitted another one this week, and I'm very excited.
Excellent.
So let's have a look at that. Oh, God. I thought it was broken for a second because it's like, oh, what's the Blake scene? It's like, no, there is a video player in the middle of that.
Oh, that's a good way to hold him.
Yeah, I was thinking that. That's a very clever way of doing that.
A little putty on top of your.
I'm so impressed he managed to find such a good camera angle.
Right?
Yeah.
Because, as you know in particular, Dave, trying to get a camera angle on this shit's fucking hard.
Dude. It really is hard to get a fucking camera angle on miniature painting.
Yeah. Well, now they're primed. Just
Nice.
like our knives.
What, are they knighted?
No, they appear to be T64s. Excellent.
I can't wait for the next installment.
The next one's got to be really nice. That's going to be hopefully the detail painting, and I'm very looking forward to that.
So I will admit, Callum has inspired me to start some model building. So that's kind of my unwinding in the evenings projects right now. So
Oh, very nice. Yeah. I am.
So well done, Callum.
I've got so many different things I'd like to get into, but thanks to I'm definitely on the list. I want to get into model making because I want a Churchill crocodile. Got to get a Churchill crocodile. Like the T64s and the Abrams, they're cool and sexy and deadly, but the Churchill crocodile's just fun.
I kind of want to do an A7V myself, but it's
Of course you do. What's an A7?
I mean, come on. I'm if nothing, I'm predictable.
Of fucking course. The Storm Panzer wagon. It's the fucking land ship.
Yeah.
Also, apparently there's one down in Canberra. Fuck me, I've got to make a trip down there one day. Actually. It's not that...
When you go, you're going to have to take pictures, damn it.
Oh, I'll take the fucking video camera and I'll go around that thing in 4K. We'll do a photo sphere of the fucker.
Ooh.
Because if I take a bunch of photos, I can plug that into one of those model generator things and we can get ourselves a 3D model. Which could be of great interest to many people, frankly.
I'm just having a thought. Is the one that you're talking about possibly seeing, is that the Mephisto?
Yes.
Oh,
the sole
cool.
surviving one on display down in Canberra. I've got to get down there. It's the only reason to go to Canberra. But I was just running through the logistics. Like, Canberra's not that far from Sydney. I could go see Blade. He has promised me meat.
Yeah, because so it was like the Mephisto survived, the Nixie survived. That was sent to Aberdeen, which was the proving grounds in the U.S., but I think they scrapped it during the Second World War.
Yeah,
Which pisses me off.
Wikipedia says it's the sole surviving one. Oh shit, that's something that I have access to that's actually slightly easier for me. How far away is that again, Mr. Google?
What? One day? Sure.
It's about 3 fuel tanks. So what's that?
One way or round trip?
One
round
way.
Trip is probably 6.
Yeah. So that's like, oh Jesus, that's like nearly $200 in fuel each way, possibly more. Granted, that's
if you want to subsidize Bezik's trip to go see something fun, go to our shilling.
Oh, that's convenient. All the best routes down there literally go through Sydney, so that is handy. I could detour and annoy the shit out of Blade.
Fair. Blade does need some harassment of the fun kind.
Yes, the downside is that it does mean going to Canberra. And most Australians feel the same way about Canberra as Americans feel about DC. We'd all be better off if someone just nuked the fucker.
Yeah. I mean, at least with Canberra, it isn't trying to pretend to be a individual state.
No, it just
there is that.
It actually is, functionally. It's called the Australian Capital Territory, and it's entirely independent and entirely retarded.
Well, burn
it. No comment. Well, what about... Yeah, the Mephisto. One of these days we've got to get down there. Like, it's an achievable place for me to go. So I wonder if it might be cheaper to fucking fly. No, it couldn't be. Even at $200 each way, it's probably cheaper to drive. Fortunately, I already pay for my premium roadside assistance package, which means if I break down when I'm in Canberra, they bring the car back for me across several states. Oh, dear. Anyway, that aside, there's a future plan. Yes, Canberra is ugly as shit, LGM. What am I saying? I'm staying at tanks. Yes. So if you would like to submit videos of your models being painted, jump on over to the subscribe star and give us some monies. It's fucking nearly midnight.
I expect the same treatment, so I'm being preemptive.
Oh, good. Just continuing the shilling. Let's go talk about the boys who actually have content this week. What have you guys been up to on the Auto Circle?
So last week we talked about Klimt, which I felt was a pretty good episode.
Yes.
Even though what's funny is I took 2 years of German in high school and I was pretty good at it, but man, I stumbled over every fucking word the whole time during that whole stream. I just had a hell of a time talking. But yeah, I thought that was a good episode, and we talked about some interesting stuff. This week we're talking about John Singer Sargent, who is actually, I believe, a more talented artist. And he has, man, I'm getting some weird buzzing from you, Bezik. I'm not sure what it is. But he did some of the best portraiture post Van Dyke that I think exists on the planet. And he made some really impactful pieces about World War I that we'll talk about. we're gonna cover a lot of ground in this one. And it really is it'll be an exploration of the Gilded Age and how that leads into the 20th century and the modern era that we kind of live in now, and the stuff that led into World War II in a way. So that's John Singer Sargent. That will be this Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, 5 p.m. Mountain Time, or Friday at 9 a.m. Australian Time. So, so join us there. Should be a good show. And we're talking about English shit, so I won't stumble over all the foreign fucking words.
You say that.
I say that, yeah. You know, I felt like I stumbled less over the gay French language words than I did over the German words, which really kind of hurts me at a deep level. But I don't know. I'll do some tongue exercises or some shit like that before we go into the fucking episode so that I can actually talk for a change.
Yeah. So, I would like to take this moment to thank Microsoft for resetting my fucking microphone levels again.
It sounds like you're talking to us from out of a trash can.
Yeah.
Oh,
now you're
really?
quiet.
Yeah.
I fucking hate Microsoft so much.
Mm-hmm.
What are we doing, Microsoft? Why are we being retarded? Ah, shit.
So,
well, yeah, you continue chilling. I'm going to stare at some screens.
yeah. And then next week after Sargent, we're going to talk about Alfonso Mucha, who is an art nouveau painter and painted a lot of advertisements for the early and late the early 19th century or late 19th century, early 20th century, some of which people will probably recognize, but that will tie our bridge from Klimt to Sargent as the transition point from the kind of industrialized world to kind of the post-industrialized world, which will then lead into how we're gonna approach the more modern era. And that one should be a good one. I've been looking at his art. So, and in the Sargent episode, we're actually going to do a breakdown on 6 paintings, but we're going to have a whole shit ton of them in there because he was an incredibly prolific artist. Sargent was, of course, as a portrait artist, it really is like a, because they work, they get commissioned to do stuff. It's just, if you bang out a portrait, every month or few months, it's a good way to make a living. So, and the society circles he ran in, and his work, again, like I said, his work is phenomenal. It's some of the most almost photorealistic portraiture that has come about, like I said, since Van Dyck and the Baroque era. So, morning, Earl.
Morning.
And yeah, you can catch that on my channel, or you can catch that on Bleach's channel. Actually picked up a new person in the chat this week. That was exciting.
Yeah.
And I think this is the Klimt episode was the second most viewed episode of the series so far.
Well, that's good.
Yeah. Look at the numbers on it. It's got, it says 92 views right here on Bezik's screen. So despite my stumbling over almost every goddamn word, turned out pretty well. turned out pretty well. So yeah, like I said, join us there for that. And we'll try to try to drag this out while Bleach is or while Bezik's working on his software. So
Yep.
we covered during the Klimt episode at the end of it how his work really led directly into the Art Nouveau movement and opened the door for that to become really popular. And probably because the Art Nouveau was less abstract and more ornamental, so it picked up on the ornamentalist or ornament. Ooh, see, I'm doing it again.
Ornamentation.
Ornamentation of Klimt's style and transformed it into something more relatable and commercial friendly. And
folks, this is the real reason I'm along, is to throw out little factoids and occasionally say the hard words.
Yeah, he's got to pick up those multisyllabic words that I'm fucking struggling over constantly. So I haven't had a ton of time to dig into Sargent quite yet, but I've looked over his biography a bit. Mostly I've spent time looking at his work because his work is phenomenal. And as you can see from the thumbnail here, he's done some really great portrait work. And he painted a lot of really wealthy and powerful people. He did
that's interesting.
Yeah, there you go.
A lot
You
of
sound
people
great
that
now.
you normally wouldn't hear. Yeah, I had to reset the microphone settings to be below 90% in Windows because for some reason Windows does artificial boosting above 90, and then I had to reboot fucking voice mod and fucking Windows. Anyway, talking about the little circle, it's going to be interesting to see like some of these famous people who may not have had their images preserved otherwise.
Yeah. He painted Roosevelt. He painted Rockefeller.
Oh, really?
Yeah, John D. Rockefeller was one of his portraits. And then lots and lots of other famous people. A suspicious number of nude men, but
he was an artist. He was an artist.
Yeah.
They're all a bit suspect, right?
Yeah, all a little sus. So anyhow, that's that'll be coming up this week on the Autist Circle and on my channel and Bleach's channel. So join us there.
Huzzah. So of course you can check that out on Total Blackout Painting or over at The Bleach Demon.
Oui.
Good old Bleach. On the other channels, Mr. Trim has another quick time lapse up in the shorts feed. Not getting enough views as always because YouTube is a piece of shit. And
the LGM, our dulcet tones would put you back to sleep and relieve headaches. It's Fauci proven. Don't question the science, damn it.
Not the science. Oh dear.
Ich bin ein Science.
Yeah. Meanwhile, over at the Discordia and Bezic channels, we're still trying to get out streams when we can, but between time zones, children, and busy lives, it just hasn't fucking worked this week. So, fingers crossed for Monday, no promises. Well, Sunday night for most of you. We'll see, hopefully. So stay tuned for that. Of course, it'll show up in the video updates channel on the server. Yes, and I think that's all the big news there. Hopefully, Trim might get some time to do another stream when he gets back. But he just doesn't have the time for the longer videos at the moment, which is understandable.
Yeah.
So, on actual content today, let me make sure everything's working. Yes. So, Mr. Bleach has some legal updates from the UK for us. So, if you're
Yes,
ready, sir, we will go over to you.
we are ready on this end, and apparently I'm using the royal we, so baguette.
On. Speaking of, the fucking name Plantagenet came up as something random I was looking at the other day.
Nice, my people are still out there. All right, so are we
floor
ready
is yours,
to?
sir.
Well, yes, this little bit of art from Patrick O. Potts. Don't know, but yes, we're talking about the Novak butchery. Yay!
Yay.
So, as always, I like to start off with the officially state-sanctioned Wikipedia bullshit. And I will say the murderer's name correctly once, and then I'm going to go with the name that I conjured up in my head. So Henry Novak, 18-year-old university student who was murdered by Vikram Digwa, 3rd December 2025, Southampton. Dick Rubb, 23-year-old Sikh man, stabbed Novak 5 times. When police arrived, they handcuffed Novak, who was fatally injured, after Dick Rubb accused him of making racist remarks. So, yes, we do have a conviction as of the 28th, I believe. And the official narrative gets into sometime after Dick Rubb stabbed Novak 5 times, fatally wound to the chest and additional wounds to the legs, and I believe the back of the head. They left that out. With the 8-inch blade that he was carrying was a kirpan, a ceremonial knife, which Dick Rubb was later to found carrying around his neck. Although we get into what happened with his mother. Yeah.
On that, I'm just trying to see if I can get a bigger view of what's actually on the screen. That's just wrong. What the Wikipedia's got up there.
I'm sure it is. So again, that's why I go with the official state-sanctioned bit of information.
The kirpan is actually also a longer knife, so they phrased that
because it says
really poorly.
One place Shastar and then Kirpan in another place. So yeah, whatever. We're moving on. So
yeah. So good old state-sanctioned idiots getting it completely fucking wrong.
Yep. So Hampshire Isle of Wight Constabulary. Man convicted of murdering student in Southampton. Dick Rubb and his mother, not Narinda Kerr. A man was convicted of murder today after stabbing a university in Portswood. Henry Novak.
He stabbed the whole university?
Yeah, apparently.
I mean,
Henry
to be fair, he
on...
is from one of those shithole countries, so stabbing a whole university isn't beyond the realm of possibility.
Yes, indeed. So, yeah. Court heard that Henry, 18, suffered significant internal bleeding from a chest wound, which had been difficult to find, and was sadly pronounced dead at the scene. I'm sorry. How can you be bleeding and it be difficult to find? That's I'm
Right.
sorry, that's very strange.
Well, with chest wounds, which I'm told suck, it is
They can.
possible because if you get into the lung, there can be minimal external bleeding that's hidden by
But
clothing, but
again,
yeah, I wonder what
remember
else is
that
going on
the
there.
other
Yeah, it's the other ones
description
that I
of the
wonder.
wounds was it was the legs and the back of the head.
Yeah.
So
Though I'm
the
also
wound that
told
killed
that
him
it's
is
really hard to see when your head's shoved firmly up your ass.
well, yes. So rather than calling an ambulance or police immediately, Dick Rubb filmed Henry as he sat on the floor. Dick Rubb's mother came and removed the knife that he'd used at the crime scene. Jurors convicted Dick Rubb of murder, possession of a bladed article in a public place, and Dick Rubb's mother, not Narinda Kerr, was found guilty of assisting the offender. So,
Give it 6
yeah.
months and Narinda Kaur will be his sister wife.
So let's see. So on the 999 call, Dick Rubb's brother, also Dick Rubb, Dick Rubb could be heard. It was denied weapons had been used to cause fatal injuries. When absolute useless cunts arrived at the scene, they were told the same story. Dick Rubb even complained of a swollen eye while disputing that he'd used a knife. Beginning inquiries had occurred before their arrival. Henry was initially handcuffed and told he was under arrest. Within 3 minutes of their arrival, the severity of his condition was being clear. I'm sorry, if you have a man who's been claiming he's been stabbed, what's your first action?
My first action would be to arrest the guy that he said stabbed him. I mean,
Exactly.
it'd be one thing
Sort it out later.
it'd be one thing if they arrested both of them on the grounds of there was a fight, we'll sort it out later, while also getting back again. But no, they just handcuffed the victim when my understanding of what most police will do is arrest both of them and sort it out at the fucking station. In the back of the police car even. Detain them is probably the correct way. Detain everybody and then figure shit out.
Exactly.
Especially if someone's accused of being stabby and you're a British cop who's unarmed. And also apparently witless.
Wow. We're going to get into some of the speculation.
That's, yeah.
So, the handcuffs were removed, an ambulance was called, and the officers started to perform CPR on Henry. The pathologist told the court, tragically, nothing officers could have done that night could have saved Henry's life, and he was pronounced dead at the scene early hours of Thursday, December 4th. Okay, I have more questions. If sucking chest wound, it is still possible to at least stabilize someone if there had been proper training, proper equipment, because you can get a chest seal and little med packs that have been given out to the military since the 1940s that could have at least given him a fighting chance. But they did CPR. That doesn't do shit when you're bleeding out into your lungs.
No, but I mean, it's all you can do when you don't know what the situation is and they're not breathing.
Again, if you say if someone says to me that they've been stabbed, I am stripping them to their waist. That's just my first reaction. That's the way I've been
stripping with one hand while calling an ambulance with the other. And also they're cops. They have a radio. Car 666. Send ambulance to my location. Drop it, go.
Yeah. So I'll go ahead.
It's not fucking hard to call for help when you're a cop and dispatch knows where you are. Just call in and identify yourself and say, send me an ambulance immediately, stabbing. Scene secure.
So, Dick Rubb was among the 3 people arrested that night. So Dick Rubb, Henry, and Dick Rubb's mother. Or, well, it says she was arrested nearby. So, okay. So, and yeah, Earl points out, yeah, there's even a decent amount of blood when there's a sucking chest wound. And it's like, yeah. So, anyway, giving evidence at court, Dick Rubb of St. Denis Road, Southampton, told the jury that he'd been defending himself. He denied charges of murder, manslaughter, and possession of a bladed article in a public place.
Well, unfortunately for Dick Rubb, he lives in a gay retarded country called England. So the second he says he was defending himself with a knife, that's a crime.
Yeah. So juries found Dick Rubb guilty of murder and possession of a bladed article in a public place. They convicted Nottingham Kerr for following the 2.5-week trial, basically for evidence tampering.
Yeah.
So we'll move on from this, but it's like this is the part that gets me. So this is from temporary Deputy Chief Constable Robert France.
Fucking French.
I understand that there are many questions about what happened that night. They're probably going to cover them up. In those moments, the officers who attended didn't have all the information we have today. Blood is apparently a missing bit of information.
Also, the guy going, "I've been stabbed," is also a bit of missing information.
Yeah. The attending officer sought to take control of a complex situation based on what they'd been told. They placed Henry in handcuffs.
And what have I been told? He said a mean word.
Yeah. My officers responded to a situation which was confusing, unclear, and within minutes of giving him... Yeah, I'm sorry, but...
That's just excuses.
This is covering one's ass. This is covering one's ass so completely that it's like a diaper.
Yeah.
So,
like they clearly didn't. Why didn't they arrest the other guys? Like one guy's on the ground, not moving. Put the other guy in cuffs, or if there's a bit of fight, put everyone in cuffs. Sort it out later.
Now I have not been able to verify this. But one of the statements about the arriving police officers, and I think it's in one of the ones I've got stacked up, but supposedly Dick Rubb's father was there, had Henry pinned up against a wall when police arrived.
Really? Now
that is one of the
entire fucking family was there, and the police yes, let's arrest the one white guy.
Yes.
Yep.
That's currently what is being discussed.
Not put the aggressive family in cuffs for everyone's safety. No. Put the white guy going, I've been stabbed, in cuffs.
Yep. It's amazing, and it tells the absolute depravity of the British police system.
Yeah. So CSG makes an excellent point. Isn't treating chest wounds part of normal first aid training? Yes, it is.
Yes.
In fact, I know cops, shockingly, and I've talked to them about their kit. And I know that at least the cop I talk to carries chest seals. I don't know if they carry them like in their little belt pouch next to the tourniquet, if they carry them in their first aid kit. I should probably ask at some point. But I know that they have them at least in the fucking car. And I know they're trying to use them because we've talked about it.
So we'll
fucking course, monkey. Oh my god.
Spoilers. I'm trying to save some of the fun stuff for later. So we get this letter from Suella Braverman.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Yeah. Dear Chief Constable and Hampshire Police Crime Commissioner, Writing this deeply troubling circumstances around the 18-year-old Henry Novak, well, the death of, in Southampton, evidence presented now in the concluding proceedings of Southampton Crown Court has raised serious legitimate public concern regarding the conduct of attending police officers and the immediate aftermath of the attack upon Mr. Novak. Reports indicate, despite Mr. Novak informing officers that he'd been stabbed and was in medical distress, he was handcuffed before later collapsing from his injuries. This is a travesty. In this case has understandably generated legitimate widespread anger across the country and the globe, particularly given that the officers initially misidentified the victim and aggressor during the incident. It is not unreasonable to conclude the diversity training or police guidance on far-right agitation led officers to mistakenly believing Mr. Novak's killer, Old Dick Rub, simply because he belonged to a minority ethnic group, despite him previously being in possession of the murder weapon held for ceremonial purposes, and assisted by his mother, both of whom have now been convicted. In light of this exceptional public interest in this matter, I urge Hampshire and Isle of Wight Constabulary to publish all relative body-worn camera footage from the officers attending the scene. The release of the footage at the earliest legally permissible opportunity, well worded there, would help address the growing public concern, counter misinformation, and demonstrate commitment to openness, accountability for police force at a time when public confidence is at an all-time low. Yeah, that's not going to do
What's
shit.
really impressive is about the UK is that every single day, public confidence in the police is at an all-time low, which to people who are capable of interpreting words means that the graph is constantly going down.
They've taken a linear line and just turned it perpendicular. It's in free fall.
Yeah.
I also request confirmation as to how this matter had formally referred to an independent office for police conduct and whether any internal professional standards investigation is underway concerning the actions of officers present at the scene, as well as changes to procedure going forward wherein diversity training or other political forms of policing are scrapped in favor of proper procedure to prevent tragedies and keep the British public safe. The death of a young university student in such circumstances, it is a matter of profound gravity. The public are entitled to clarity and a sequence of events and the operational decisions taken that night. And any police officer who is found to have been negligent in their duties must face the strongest possible redress and punishment. Look forward to your response, Suella Brigham. That has been one of the best damn responses I have seen.
That's really well done and well written, like you pointed out, at the earliest legally permissible opportunity. They can't turn around and throw it in her face that she's been demanding it be released. Blah, 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 blah. It's like, well, as soon as you legally can. And none of this, oh, we're going to censor the blood or anything. It's like, no. Fuck off. We can handle it. Also, they've been convicted now, so don't you dare fucking try and hide the face of this fucking vermin and his verminous fucking mother.
So then we get this from the Hampshire police. Today, a man has been convicted of the murder of student Henry Novak in Southampton. Throughout the trial, we have not discussed this case publicly to ensure that justice could be done, but now we can share a message from Deputy Chief Constable Robert France, which we don't need to go through because audio. But yeah, it's like this is what I find interesting. Our officers were misled at the scene, including a denial of weapon use. A man says he's been stabbed, and they're not like, yep, nope, you're getting the cuffs on too, buddy. And your dad, who supposedly...
That's it. If one side's saying they've been attacked and the other side's saying they've been stabbed, put everybody there in cuffs, figure it out later. Because, guess what? And this is probably going to be more relevant to American law, because I know more about that than British. Because, thank you, YouTube and the First Amendment. I'm reasonably sure in all three relevant countries, so Australia, the UK, and America, I'm pretty sure in all three of them, if one person says that person attacked me, and the other person says that person stabbed me, I'm pretty fucking sure that's probable cause to detain everybody in cuffs.
Yes. Yeah. And even if they're not in cuffs, they are formally detained.
Yes.
Period. End of.
But also,
and
you've got that many people, you cuff everyone for safety.
Yeah, you really should. You really should. So, yeah. So, just shit like this. A very sad case. Our thoughts are with the family. And then you get somebody saying, "Hey, release the body cam footage. Prosecute your officers." The incident has been referred to the Independent Office for Police Conduct. As stated, we will fully cooperate and act on any findings. What, you're going to cover it up?
Yes. That is the norm for the police.
Yeah. So, yeah. It's like, let's talk. Help shape policing in your neighborhood. Stop letting white boys get stabbed.
So everyone's going to show up and take turns asking them, why is racism more important than stabbing?
Yeah.
Like, seriously, if they have an event, every single person there in line should take turns asking them that exact question with that exact wording. It'll piss them off and there's no goddamn thing it can do.
So, yep. So then we get absolute fucking retards. Oh, the Sikh man who was spat upon and verbally abused before being assaulted by Henry Novak for no reason other than his skin color. It's like, dude, you're a fucking psychopath.
You can get on the tree too.
Yeah. And then you get this one guy respond, I'm a Sikh and I think Dick Rub was an evil little cunt who should have been banged up for life.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And of course, this other absolute curry shit stain. Oh, whites are such a bitch race. His superiority complex while requiring about being hurt. Racist white boy ended up dead because he was trying to mess with an Indian. And there's only one proper response. Your rapist gets defeated by literal sanitation and gas. Union Carbide. So, and then we'll get some more good. This is from this statement from the Sikh community.
Interesting.
So, yeah, it's one of those. It's like, So, statement from the Sikh community organizations regarding today's verdict of the tragic killing of Henry Novak. Today, the court has found Dick Rubb guilty of murder of Henry Novak and his mother guilty of assisting as an offender. Henry's life was tragically cut short in a moment of madness by an individual for which there could be no excuses. The jury heard evidence that the incident preceded by an altercation and alleged racial abuse, but ultimately rejected Dick Rubb's claim of self-defense. See, they should have just left out the allegations of racial abuse, because that paints them as trying to stay as victim status.
Well, the fucking fifth paragraph is just victim. Oh, we've faced abuse. It's like, well, go fuck yourselves. You cunts have special little privileges. And now, firstly, British knife law is getting retarded and stupid, and the kind of shit that a moronic retarded fascist would come up with. That said, the fucking foreigners shouldn't get special fucking treatment because of their stupid fucking foreign religion.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's meander through the rest of this statement, because it will definitely go further off the rails. Prosecuted counsel told the jury that the prosecution's case, the incident was not about Sikhism or racism, but the unlawful killing of Henry. Well, I would say that Dick Rubb was a racist cunt.
I would also say that Sikhism is what allowed the fuckhead to carry a knife without getting harassed constantly by the fucking police like a white man would be. So
Exactly.
it's racism squared and about Sikhism. Because fuck you, you shouldn't get privileges for your stupid fucking religion. There shouldn't be a law against carrying a knife in public, but you shouldn't get a fucking exemption if there is one.
So let's see. Nonetheless, oh, go ahead.
So they're complaining about victimization, but really what they are just facing is accountability.
Yes.
Right? They can't handle accountability.
So what I'm hearing is Sikhs are basically women.
They're acting like Muslims.
Well, we all know that
Also,
most people
like
from that subcontinent are very effeminate.
Yes.
So.
And there's actually a great clip, and I can't remember if I included it or not, of them mincing about with swords, play fighting.
Yeah.
So let's see. So nonetheless, the wider Sikh community has unacceptably faced considerable abuse and hate during the trial.
Get over yourselves.
Bullshit. It's like anytime a white man is accused of anything, oh, it's all whites. Like, now it's all Sikhs. Deal with it, bitches. Many do not understand the law, the significance of the Kirpan, and the responsibility associated with what. It's a fucking knife, you cunts. Anyway, the actions of the police officers who handcuffed the victim just before he died has not helped and has given an opportunity for many to criticize, justly so, the police, but has also unnecessarily stirred up community hatred. Well, maybe he shouldn't have been a bitch and stabbed a white man because walking while being white.
Mm-hmm.
Now the trial is over. We want to make absolutely clear the law only provides fully practicing Sikhs with the defense under law of wearing the kirpan for religious reasons. The kirpan is a bladed item, is used aggressively as an act of violence. The defense under the law does not apply, and blah, blah, blah.
Yes, that's why he was convicted of that, you stupid fucking illiterate morons.
I mean, they are from the subcontinent. We understand that in this case, the weapon may have been used as not the normal one worn by practicing Sikhs. This nuance is critically important. No, it's not. It's a fucking knife.
Do you think he would have been carrying it in public if he thought he'd get arrested on sight?
Yeah. Yeah. This is an isolated incident, and the Sikh community is committed to promoting greater understanding, ensuring lessons are learned. Fully practicing Sikhs who wear a kirpan should continue to recognize the serious responsibility that it accompanies. Yeah, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Whatever. In other, and Dan here properly points out, anti-native two-tier treatment has gone too far. If we can't carry a weapon, nor can you.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, that's Lotus Eater Dan, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It is that, Dan.
Yes.
So
to just interrupt, I'd like to talk about the knives for a second, because I think it is important to redress the Wikipedia article because they're fucking retards, and secondly, just for elucidation. So, a shastar is the Punjabi word that means weapon. Or in Sikhism, it also refers to the sacred weaponry used by the ancient Sikh warriors. So, again, weaponry. It just that word can generally mean weapons, in much the same way as the word katana means sword. Kirpans, on the other hand, are specifically curved swords or daggers that are carried by the Sikhs as part of their bullshit involving the beard and the fucking hat. The beard and the rag. And
so
others.
This is something, I mean, I think based on culture and tradition, that most Europeans should at least have an arming sword on them at all times. That is tradition. That is history.
And they should have to practice every Sunday with the longbow and the what do we feel like? What's a good rifle? The L1A1. That'll do.
That'll do nicely. Yes.
Longbow and the L1A1, The fully automatic version, of course.
Yes, the SLR.
Thompson.
Yeah.
No,
Everybody's got to
Thompson.
practice.
I like the Thompson, but it's too heavy.
It's
I
also
think
not
something
really
more
a
manageable.
battlefield weapon. It's not a battle rifle. The SLR, on the other hand, is the mother of battle rifles. The motherfucker of battle rifles, in fact.
Personally, I would like this. It's cheap. It's easy. At minimum an AK. Just because, just because it's simple.
Yeah, it can be your own. We'll just when we write the law, all able-bodied Englishmen above the age of 12 must practice on Sundays longbow, assault/battle rifle, and crew-served weaponry. They can then proceed to
That's
pick.
for the under 12.
Yeah, okay, yes, that too. But they can pick the assault or battle rifle they use.
So
anyway,
back on topic, and this is
I'd just like
spoilers.
to finish on the knives if we can, because it was missed in those articles. The fucking Sikh statement alluded to it. So, in order to fulfill their religious obligations, the Sikhs are required to carry the kirpan. Sikhs that live in gay retarded countries like England usually carry a teensy little one around their neck in a little scabbard thing, is my understanding. And it is a real knife. If you pull it out of the scabbard, it will cut things. You can stab like 2 centimeters into somebody. But it's a little one that's less dangerous, but it fulfills their religious obligations. Problem for Dickhead here, and one of the things that screwed up, that meant he couldn't go, oh, I was carrying the big knife for my religious reasons, is he also had the other one around his neck at the time. Mm-hmm. So he was carrying the little one that fulfilled his religious obligations, and then he was carrying the fucking cleaver. The big fucking chopper.
Mm. So yes, so so we'll get back into it. So more details are leaking from the ongoing process. The killer Dick Rubb called the police instead of an ambulance and lied that it was Henry who attacked him, that he was drunk, and insulted him with racist remarks and knocked off his turban. So we get to the Polish connection here. Again, I don't know the veracity, but it's, even if it all turns out to be untrue, it's worth noting this because of the way it surrounds the conversation we're having. The new details about Henry Novak's murder: 3 female officers responded to the scene. The officer who handcuffed Henry laughed when he said he'd been stabbed. He was then dragged across the gravel, held in handcuffs as he bled out. Only after he lost consciousness did officers remove the cuffs and begin CPR. Henry died at the scene. Police also seized Henry's and his father's phone and searched messages for racist comments or jokes.
As if that's remotely relevant to the fucking investigation. Now,
exactly.
Now, firstly, I wish people would post their fucking sources. Their icy quotation marks. Who the fuck are you quoting?
Exactly. And that's why I had to frame it. This is all unverified, but it's important because it shades how this conversation
With
is being
that said, now that we've protected our journalistic integrity, which is apparently higher than most people's, with that said, assuming it's true, if it's true, I want all 3 of them in prison cells by next week.
Yes.
Right.
And I will note
even if there's only elements of truth, they still need to be prosecuted for either negligence or manslaughter.
At the bare minimum, they need to be fired for being dumb as shit. Like,
no. That's not a bare minimum for me. I want them prosecuted.
Well,
if any of that is true,
should be true.
Yeah.
What I think is at least the minimum likelihood of what actually occurred is that he said he'd been stabbed, because that was confirmed in the other articles.
Mm.
That's been confirmed time and time again. Every single thing says that he said he'd been stabbed to these officers. If that's true, then it's gross negligence. Like, we need to be looking at criminal negligence, negligent homicide of some description. But if the rest of it's true, then we upgrade it to fucking manslaughter. Because if they laughed, then that's callous indifference to life. That's manslaughter.
Yeah. And if there is any truth to the searching for messages of racist comments or jokes, that too should be grounds for basically vicious negligence on the behalf of the police.
Yeah. It's wildly inappropriate. Like, what, like, we know the UK is retarded, but what would racist messages have proved? I'm sorry, but calling a word I'm not allowed to say on YouTube a word I'm not allowed to say on YouTube doesn't justify a stabbing, no matter how much the word I'm not allowed to say on YouTube chimps out.
The trim words. All the trim
Yes,
words.
the trim words, the one that describes Trim's balls.
So, well, and then this was, of course, the actual Narinder to the Sikhs who have spent years standing with people attacking Muslims because they thought they'd never come to you. We don't dislike you. Only Muslim Sikhs are all right, brigade. Congratulations, you've discovered what Muslims have been trying to tell you. You stupid cunt. And then Leo, I had to include him because he does like his Twitter conversations.
Great on Twitter.
What's racist today? Today, being upset a Sikh man killed a white man. Should be a capital. Assisted by the police because the murderer said the victim was racist is racist. Indeed.
Yeah. Well, the problem England is about to have with the Sikhs is that it used to be that the Sikhs in England were the best of them. Now, the Sikhs are the best of the Indians, which isn't exactly a challenge. Yep. But it used to be that you'd get the best of them, which were people that were capable of just about capable of getting by in civilization. Unfortunately, this guy's like 20-something. He's possibly second generation. They're almost universally vermin.
Yep.
You're not getting
it's true. Most second generation anymore are non-integration. They're just some of the worst of the worst.
No.
So we have this video, and it does look like the guy. And oh look, he's a little man in a little dress with a sword.
Yeah. No, it's Robbie's, but Lawrence Fox, I know, and he's vaguely reliable. But yeah, the video is a bit shit. At least the one.
Again, my focus is on.
Yeah, and unfortunately on my end, it's having bitrate issues in the little viewer I get in the back end. So yeah. I can't quite see, but yes, if that's him, then if we weren't already going to execute him, that should upgrade it to an executing. If he's got priors, because that means it's fucking premeditated.
Yes, he was looking for an excuse.
Yeah, he was looking for a fight.
Yeah. So then, this is again the same little.
Yeah.
This is what they get to do. If you do this as a white man, you're probably going to jail.
Yeah, actually, potentially. Though, if it's organized, I think you can actually get away with it in England, because depending on how it's written, because you can possess them in public for the purpose of exhibition. Sometimes, possibly, maybe, especially if you get a permit to hold an event, kind of deal.
Okay.
Which is how you're allowed to have things like gun and knife shows in a lot of places. You can have a knife show because you're exhibiting it. But I'd have to look at the exact wording and fuck that. But yeah,
But,
you don't
yeah,
tend to have
but
those things happening much.
no. But yeah, it's like they get to go out and publicly train with weapons.
Yep.
And
That's
yeah,
it's definitely
it's
a two-tier
shameful.
system. It is. It's
Yes.
shameful. I would
So then,
love to have it confirmed because unfortunately they all fucking look alike because that's how evolution works. Like evolutionarily, it's really hard to tell people of other races apart. So
Yes.
especially when you've got when you're on the back end with the really low director bit, right? It's very blocky. It looks like a fucking JPEG.
yeah.
But
So
anyway,
then we
yeah,
get
well,
GB News. At no point did those officers conduct a cursory search of the young man's body to determine if there were any signs of blood. GB News home and security editor questions the events leading up. We don't need to watch the video, but yeah, it does. It again. There's a incredible number of questions, and yeah, this tweet encapsulates it all. So basically, knocking someone's turban off is a higher priority than someone saying they got stabbed. Makes no sense at all. Yep.
yeah, pretty much.
That's what happens when you let women be cops, dude.
Yep.
Certainly seems to be.
That's all I can say. It's just female cops.
Oh, that's the thing.
I didn't mean to include this. But Manny, who decapitated a girl and carried her head through the streets while screaming Allahu Akbar, will be free just after 5 years in a psychiatric ward after doctors cure her. Yeah. Oops. Oops.
Should have
Islamic
been
terrorist.
should just frigging guillotine her.
So, yeah. It really comes down to why are certain elements able to have weapons? Why are rise of racism so much more important than I have been stabbed? It's just a whole ugly kettle of fish that the media does not want to touch as a whole. And they're going to favor, the brown man, and how is that not racism?
So, it is. It always has to be.
Go through the whole article because I'm not trying 1 month free, but The Spectator, Henry Novak, and the evil of anti-racism. And that's like, this is the question. Yeah. This wasn't the end of Dick Rubb's evil that day. Shortly after the attack, Digwa's father, brother, and mother arrived at the scene. He gave the murder weapon to his mother, and she took it to the family home, and then lied about the call when the police arrived, claiming he'd been the victim of a racist attack. Given the seriousness which Britain's police take racism, of course their response was to handcuff Henry. And then blah, blah, blah. Can't read the rest. But that truly gets to the heart of all of this. They're more concerned about hurt words than hurt bodies.
Yeah.
And
they're more concerned about hurt feelings than stabbings.
Yeah. So the question I come to is, will there be any accountability in the police force, in the British police force? Or will this be swept under the rug because the powers that be want this outcome?
Well, that really depends on people like, what's the name that sent the letter?
Braverman?
Yeah. People like Braverman need to keep the pressure on. we that if it. Her constituents need to be pressure her, and she needs to keep going after them and it being like, "Come on, fuckers, where's the video?
Yep.
Come on, post it. If they did nothing wrong, then the video will confirm that, won't it?"
Exactly.
'Cause
Exactly. It will exonerate the police if they did everything correctly. If they did what I suspect they did,
Oh, we have a
then
ding from Danny.
oh, I regret to inform us that women.
Yep.
Funnily enough, he says, "If it's true about the officers, push the fucking button." Hold on.
It is with my great displeasure and horrified feelings to tell you that, women.
Yeah.
Yep. I mean, Monkey, those women were a woke sleeper cell who received their trigger word and proceeded to participate in a murder and try to justify it.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah. I'm glad there's a conviction, but I'm absolutely horrified by the callous disregard of this man's life simply because he was white.
Yeah. Yeah. And like, it's there's not fucking words that you're allowed to say on the internet for this shit.
No, no, it's evil. If any percentage of what transpired is correct, this is evil.
Yes.
And there's no way around it. And I'm sick and tired of pretending and hiding behind, both sides. No. So we need to keep people out of our countries. We need to gatekeep our culture. We need to keep our borders. Otherwise, this is going to continue. We're going to suffer at the hands of a corrupt government that sees us only as state property.
Mm-hmm.
And I have no desire to participate in a society like that. I'm just at the point of, I want to check out. I want to go live in the woods and not have to deal with people anymore ever again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's tyranny.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like, there's no other way to. It's just tyranny where they are prosecuting the natives or persecuting the natives to protect the feelings of a goddamn minorities.
Mhm.
Right? Because that's all this is. When they're like, "Oh, he was racist towards me," it's like, well, that's just protecting your feelings, and we don't give a shit about that. Not when you're fucking walking around with a blade stabbing people.
Yeah.
Well,
I swear to God,
I also see this as no different than Irina Zarutska. Other
it really isn't.
At least Henry saw who was going to kill him.
Mm-hmm. I swear, if I ever win significant amounts in the lottery, we're building a fucking compound down in fucking Texas, in District what is it again? In District Herrera. We'll buy if I ever win like $100 million or something. We're buying land and we're building a fucking compound in Texas, and it will be mandatory to, but trying on the range every Sunday.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it's just so upsetting to see, the Karen class. Oh, well, we really should be more nice to the immigrants. And like, your suicidal empathy isn't welcome here, Karen.
Yep. Yeah, no time for that shit.
Yeah.
If they want to kill, if they want to get themselves killed or end their entire fucking bloodlines through stupidity, they don't need to involve the rest of us.
Correct.
They can just fucking holiday through Mexico or something.
Yeah, it just I'm done. I'm done tolerating this.
Well, I mean, if they want to be Sikhs and practice their religion, there's a place they can do that, and it's their home fucking countries,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
right? If they want to come here and participate in the societies we built, they need to fucking act right.
Mm-hmm.
They need to put their shitty weapons away. There's no Muslim. I mean, they're not going to deal with the Muslim invasion. They're part of the invasion. The Sikhs are as much part of the invasion as the Muslims are at this point. They're not like their whole goofy religion, which was, you know, I mean, was founded on protecting their area from the Muslims, is irrelevant in the West. And they have no business practicing it here. And really, we've fallen too far in terms of allowing of tolerance, right? Like,
Yep.
of course, religious freedom is a foundational it's a foundational part of our society, but that freedom was only meant for civilized religions.
Mm-hmm.
Religions where high IQ, you know, Western people don't stab people because they get offended. And if they do stab people because they get offended, they get fucking prosecuted right away. And the cops don't go, "Oh, he was offended. He has, you know, he has a right to indignancy." No, indignancy is not a fucking reason to allow someone to be stabbed. And it's not a reason to handcuff somebody because somebody else is indignant. That's the most feminine bullshit on the whole fucking planet. And of
Yeah.
course, it's female cops that show up to do it,
Of course.
right?
Of course.
So we're being tyrannized by feminine bullshit,
Yeah.
and it really needs to be stopped.
Yeah.
There's no way to save the West without stopping it.
No. Over in Monkey says the branch Shadilay compound. And CSG says the religious weapon is the M1 Grand. Well, under the Shadalayan religion, all men are going to be required to wear a colt at any time they're wearing pants. And I say a colt because that means you get to pick between the single action army, the 1911, the 2011, or anything in between.
I'm going to violate that. I'll be a heretic and carry my Luger.
No, you still have to carry the colt as well, but you can also carry the Luger. You need a backup piece. Get a little colt, snub-nosed colt for the ankle.
But I already have one of those. It's my 1903 pocket hammerless.
There you go. Oh dear. Oh, what's that?
I know we're going to have to do a follow-up on this at some point, but it is truly horrifying that if any of these things are true about the way he was handled at the scene, these people need to be in jail. They just absolutely need to be under the jail, actually.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Hey.
There's no sane world where those police officers who handcuffed a stabbed and dying man because of hurty words should be allowed to walk free, and definitely should be allowed to remain as officers, which I'm sure they probably are today.
Yep.
You know, I'm sure they're still probably police and they never suffered any consequences. They have no business being anything related to a public servants.
Correct. And yeah, the worst part is, you know, we're having to be very careful in saying it. We don't know if this is true, but the way that this is gone, the way that these people are behaving, makes me think that there is a large amount of validity to these unverified accusations.
Mm-hmm. Certainly seems like it with how reluctant they're being.
Yeah. Hell, Musk apparently office yeah, offers to fund a lawsuit against the UK police. That's interesting.
Unfortunately, it'd be in a UK court.
Yes, and I wonder if this would be more of a civil suit.
Yes, but it'll also be a civil court in a UK civil court. A civil case in a
Yeah.
UK court.
I'm honestly surprised the guy got convicted, and especially that his mother got convicted.
Right.
And if like if this had happened in, well, first off, if it was the other way around, there would be literal riots in the streets. There would be mass stabbings of white Western men by these fucking violent low IQ thugs. If this happened in America, where a white guy stabbed a black guy, there would be like his whole family would be persecuted. Maybe not prosecuted, but persecuted. If his father and brother and mother showed up to the scene and aided and abetted him, they would all be going to fucking prison now. I mean, shit, there was that kid that was a school shooter and his dad's facing life in fucking prison now.
Yeah.
They're going after him. There would be riots. There would be George Floyd level riots in the streets. It would be all over. The View would be talking about it, how this is just white people being blah, blah, blah. It's like, yeah, and TBT is exactly right in the Rumble chat. They're only doing damage control because this whole story blew up. Yeah. Like it should have. Yeah. Like it should have originally, because this shit happened back in December.
Yep.
So, yeah, and I hope they are able to, Novak's family are able to sue the fuck out of this police department, and they're able to sue the fuck out of the family. They're able to sue the fuck out of everybody around, everybody they possibly can. And I'm not usually a fan of lawsuits and shit like that, but that's what these people need. It's the only way to get to these people.
Yeah. You know, it's yeah, this is something from SOTNet, and they apparently are using Zero Hedge for the origins. And yeah, it's like Dick Rubb, 23-year-old Sikh man, accused of stabbing Novak 4 times. So yeah, the chest, in the legs, and in the back of the head, if I remember correctly. And yeah, it's just police arrived, okay, this is, yeah. When police arrived, body cam footage captured Novak leaning against a wall, supported by Digwa's father. The father told officers, "He keeps dropping down, so I'm just trying to keep him up." Novak repeatedly said, "Can't breathe." And instead of rushing medical aid, the officers handcuffed the bleeding teenager, arresting him for suspected assault based on Dick Rubb's family had been racially abused by them, or was abusing them. And yeah,
just that whole fucking that phrase itself is loaded and retarded. Racially abused. Like, no, sorry. He could be racist towards you. That's fine. That's his right to do as a person who, it might not be, couth or proper, but it still should be his right to do that. To have an opinion.
How pre-planned can you get?
Can't even have a fucking opinion.
Yeah. Sorry. How pre-planned can you get? That next fucking one. Holy shit.
I just want to say, one officer responded, "I don't think you have, mate."
Yeah, when
again, I'd like to see verification of this. Yeah, Dick Rubb's brother told the emergency call handler, "We just got attacked racially by some white person."
If that's not the most pre-planned shit I've ever seen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, and yeah, this. Yeah, video shown to jurors captured Dick Rubb and his brother accusing Novak of a racial attack. Novak denied it. Dick Rubb was heard saying, "No one stabbed you, bro. You're up. You're drunk." Dick Rubb's father. He's pretending a minute ago. Now he's talking to you guys. Now he's trying to get up and going to leave.
Fucking hell.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, if this is true, I want every single one of those fucking officers mounted on the fucking Tower of London.
Yep. So yeah, it's like I might go digging and see if we can actually find any of the body cam, because it supposedly there's clips of it out there, but I've not seen it. But yeah, it's like, I'm sorry, this is just egregious, absolutely fucking egregious.
Yeah. And again, I love how everyone's like, oh, this happened, this happened, this happened. Sources. Motherfuckers.
Mm.
The body camera footage showed. Really? Well, then, where's the body camera footage? Because none of them are saying, our reporter sat in the courtroom and watched the evidence as it was played to the fucking jury. If they said that, it'd be like, okay, cool. We can take it on faith that your reporter's not lying through his teeth. Because if he is, and there's a name, then we know who to blame if it's false. But all of these people are like, oh, this happened. Source? Oh, the footage. Cool. Where's the footage? Silence. Show me the footage.
Yeah. Yeah. So we'll leave that there. Yeah. Rest in peace, Mr. Novak. You deserved a lot better than this, and
You deserve a lot better than your fucking government.
Murderers deserve a lot worse than they got.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. How fucking lovely. Alrighty. On that fucking lovely night, Dave has more depression planned for us.
Yay.
Kinda.
Well, part of it's depressing anyway.
Which one are we talking about first? Are we talking about the laws, or are we talking about the crash?
Let's talk about the crash, and then we can get a bit of a boost after you're done with that. And then I'll drag everything back down with the German nonsense.
Hey, yeah.
All right, Mr. Bleach.
So,
not Mr. Bleach, Mr. Dave, you have the floor.
All right. So, yeah, it happened again. Yesterday, a bus hits cars in Virginia, killing 5 and injuring 34. And some of those people were children. So let's go through this article here from AP, and then we'll jump over to a tweet from the Transportation Secretary for more information here. So just, and I'm not going super in depth on this one, but we'll read the article here. A bus crashed into vehicles slowing for a work zone on Interstate 95 in Virginia early Friday, killing 5 people and injuring dozens, including the driver, authorities said. Rightfully the driver. Fuck that guy. Crash happened about 2:35 a.m. on southbound I-95 in Stafford County near Quantico. All 5 of the people who died. Yep. All 5 of the people who died were in vehicles hit by the bus. So none of the people on the bus died. 44 people were taken to hospital, including 3 in critical condition.
Spoilers.
The preliminary investigation indicates that traffic was slowing southbound for an upcoming work zone, state police said in the news release. A bus failed to slow for traffic and struck 6 vehicles. Police said there were approximately 34 passengers on the bus. We've got patients in multiple hospitals. We've got the driver at the hospital here, said Peyton Vogel, a federal Transportation or Transit Administration spokesperson who was on the scene got to say, "This is one of the most tragic things I've seen. Absolutely tragic. 4 of the families were in one car, which caught fire," state police said. The victims were a 45-year-old male, a 44-year-old female, a 13-year-old female, and a 7-year-old male, all from Greenfield, Massachusetts. Their names were not released. But a statement from the school children attended in Greenfield said they were Dmitry and Ekaterina Ekaterina Donchev and their daughter Emily and son Mark. The Donchev family was a cherished part of our school community. Yeah, whole family. Their loss is being felt deeply by our students, family, faculty, and staff. Providence Christian Academy said the 5th victim, an unidentified 25-year-old female from Worcester, Massachusetts, was in an SUV struck by the bus. State police identified the driver as Jing S. Dong, 48, of Staten Island, New York. Charges are pending, authorities said. Genghis Dong. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy said on X social media platform that Dong was an American citizen originally from China who got his CDL 2 years ago in New York. Mary Worth Washington Healthcare said it was received 19 patients from the crash. It posted online that several of the patients were taken to its trauma center in Fredericksburg, where 4 were discharged and 3 remained in treatment. 1 in serious condition and 2 in critical condition. 12 were taken to its hospital in Stafford, where they were later discharged in good condition. The National Transportation Safety Board posted online that it was sending a GO team to conduct a safety investigation into the crash that would have a spokesperson at the scene. The southbound lanes had reopened by noon, but traffic was still backed up for a couple of miles, according to the State Transportation Advisory.
Just a comment on that. The traffic's always backed up on 95.
Yeah.
I would also like to comment on something else. Trim has just posted a message in the private chat. He's lurking to get the Novak stabbing. Congratulations, Trim. You're approximately 4 minutes too late.
Should have been here an hour ago, boy.
Yeah.
Sorry, you may continue, Dave.
The bus was operated by E&P Travel Inc., based in Kings Mountain, North Carolina. A compliance snapshot from the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration showed only 1 injury accident involving the company's vehicles in the previous 2 years, and listed safety rating as satisfactory. The company was incorporated in 2023 by Shuo Liu, according to records from the North Carolina Secretary of State's office. Liu is also listed as a registered agent. The FMCSA site said the company operated 4 vehicles, had 11 drivers. While it was too soon to say what caused Friday's crash, federal authorities have been grappling with interstate passenger bus safety issues for decades. Following a series of passenger bus crashes in 2008 that killed 41 people, the U.S. Department of Transportation published a motor coach safety action plan. The NTSB investigated 16 fatal motor crashes between June 1998 and January 2008. And all of this, so just so we're clear here, all of this following stuff I'm going to be reading is just cover for what happened. They're just providing cover for the company and the person who did this and the real reason why it happened. So keep that in framework in mind while I read this. The finding that driver-related problems such as fatigue, medical condition, inattention accounted for 56% of accidents. The agency said driver-related problems were responsible for 60% of the fatalities in those crashes. So driver-related problems is really the heart of it. Among the actions recommended were creation of pre-employment driver history screening program and a national drug and alcohol testing database to enable motor coach operators to determine if drivers have a history of violating DOT alcohol or drug rules. So, again, and when I say this happened again, we're going to jump over to Secretary Duffy's tweet here. Update on the tragic bus crash in Virginia. 5 people are dead, including a 13-year-old and 7-year-old boy, after the driver of a motor coach slammed into stopped traffic in I-95. Administrator Derek Bars and investigators are on the ground at the crash site working with the NTSB. Local police confirmed that the driver of the motor coach, a man from China who became a U.S. citizen, doesn't speak English. He received his commercial driver's license from New York State in 2024.
Who the fuck let him become a
Unacceptable.
citizen? How the fuck are you, man?
Yeah.
What idiot lets the citizenship test not be in fucking English?
Right?
Yeah.
How the fuck did he become a citizen? So we need to find out who he
I'm
became
sure
a
it happened,
citizen under and fucking flog them too.
I guarantee it was the Biden administration. Because ostensibly, if you read through the tweets here, there's an indication that you're not allowed to take the citizenship test in any other language but English unless you're over the age of 55. So that doesn't explain how a 48-year-old Chinese man who doesn't speak or read English was able to take the fucking test.
Beating would be my guess.
Yeah. And yeah, TBT says in Rumble chat, New York City has paperwork in 180 languages, which is a problem.
Yeah.
This is a huge problem. Because it leads to shit like this. I'm certain, like, yeah, maybe the guy was tired, but more than likely there were signs up saying road work ahead, slow down, and he just couldn't read the fucking things and didn't bother, and so just plowed forward straight ahead. And you know, there's no updates on it saying whether he even attempted to slow down, but I bet he didn't. He probably just plowed right into him. So he goes on to say, unacceptable. This is exactly why we are holding states accountable, enforcing the rules of the road, and cracking down on drivers who can't speak English. If you can't be properly trained to read our road signs or communicate with law enforcement, you have no business driving a bus, which should be an obvious and plain statement. Our investigators are reviewing New York licensing records, training documentation, and the driver's history. Any company, trainer, or school that contributed to putting an unqualified driver on the road will face intense scrutiny. So I'm going to press X to doubt on that one right there. But we'll see. This is likely just a bunch of big talk. The Department of Transportation has come out previously and said they're going to do intense scrutiny on the
I'm sorry.
We're going to do
every
go
time a trucker is pulled over, they should be forced by compulsion of summary execution to read Cat in the Hat to the officer out loud.
You need to change it up a bit. Change it up every week or two so they can't just memorize it.
Well, right. I personally think that every long-haul truck driver should have to pass an English test when they cross into a state line at a way station.
Yeah.
That'd be good.
Because they have to go to the way stations all the time anyways. Here in Idaho, we should be stopping everybody coming from California and Oregon.
Oh, especially.
Yep.
And Washington also, because we those are the states we border, California, Oregon, and Washington. We also border Nevada and Utah and Montana and Wyoming, but
at least Mormons can read.
I have less. Utah's getting pretty bad with the migration.
Yeah, really,
it is.
They started getting pussified, and
That's
especially places like Salt Lake. Salt Lake really is undergoing. Many of the big cities in the Western United States and the Pacific Northwest are undergoing kind of a Portlandification.
God damn it! We're gonna need a Mormon Reformation. Quick, everyone! Promote Shade to Grand Alien Fucker.
Right. Well, it's not like Salt Lake isn't ran by Mormons anymore.
Shit.
You know, they elect. So what happens is all these fucking shitheels from California move into these cities, and then they work to elect. Like they all run to the liberals who ruin their cities move out of their cities after they've voted for policies that ruin them, and then come to nice cities and then vote for policies that just turn our cities into shitholes like the one they came from. Yeah, he's saying Salt Lake is starting to have an NYC like homeless problem now too. Yeah, Portland, all these places, they're like, thankfully we don't have it here, and it's because our state government doesn't allow it. Our county government really fights it too, but even that's starting to, because the city government obviously, and we've covered it before about how fucking stupid the city government in Boise is, how shitty our mayor is. Like, she would openly allow homeless encampments on the streets if she could, especially if she could start getting money for her and her friends for homelessness programs. But there's no money in the state for that. So we should stop. Like I was saying originally, we should stop every truck driver that comes in from these places and test them for English and make sure that they speak English. Because it's not even, we don't even just have a lot of, it's not just Indians. Like, there's a lot of Hispanic truck drivers. And that's always been a huge problem in the West. And it's always been a huge complaint from the trucking industry because they are undercutting their wages. They allow unskilled, unqualified truck drivers from Mexico to haul freight in the United States. They cause accidents and they undercut the wages. Even when they're not causing accidents, they're actively harming the economy by undercutting the wages of actual hardworking Americans.
Well, and that's
which
been
really
a problem since at least NAFTA.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's been a problem since the late 90s. And probably even before that, but really it's been an open problem and a very public problem since the late 90s, since NAFTA, with the Mexican truck drivers. And I don't mean to say like Mexican like, as an ethnicity. I mean people literally from fucking Mexico.
Yeah.
You know, like Mexican citizens that either come here legally or illegally, crossing the border carrying cargo. And it's good to see that a lot of the brokers, because what I talked about last week with the Supreme Court, I think it was last week, we talked about the Supreme Court upholding the ability for the brokers to be sued along with the carriers. So it's not just the carriers who hire or are ran by these, you know, by illegal immigrants or these fucking fly-by-night Indian or Chinese operations in this instance. It's that the people who go and seek out those cheap companies can be prosecuted as well. They can be sued as well. And so now as a result of that, they're starting to pull back on that, which I think is, I think that's important. You know, I also feel like, Christ, I lost my train of thought. I was reading the tweet here and I lost my train of thought. The employers that hire the illegal, like, because yeah, we have a huge illegal immigration problem, right? And not all of those people are receiving benefits, and even the ones that are still working. So we need to go after the employers. And I've since I was a kid, I've advocated for this. If there's a problem with illegal people working here, then it's people employing them that are causing the problems.
Yeah.
If we go after the meat packing companies, if we go after Tyson Foods for fucking hiring, herds of illegals to come work in their meat packing plants, if we went after, ConAgra and the big ag companies for depending on illegal labor, and really crack down on them, there wouldn't be an incentive for those people to fucking come here. In the same way that if we cut benefits to them, like we should, as I've talked about that previously, when Trump restricting visas to countries where people come here and just take benefits. They don't come here to actually provide for society or help be a part of our thriving nation. They come here to smooch off of our largesse.
Yep.
And I think that's very much what a lot of this is too. In this instance, you know, like there's no sane universe where a guy who can't speak English should be allowed to drive a bus full of people.
Yeah.
On our highways. Like, it doesn't make any fucking sense. And actually, there's no sane universe where a person who doesn't speak or read English should be allowed to be a fucking citizen in our nation either. So, just subversion from top to bottom, and this is the result. Like, these are the fruits of those policies where they are allowing easy citizenship for people who don't deserve it, where they are allowing illegal workers to get licenses. It's not like a simple matter. It's not just a simple matter of them taking jobs or undercutting wages. It's actually a matter of public fucking safety.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, so just scrolling through some tweets here. Watching another episode of Diversity is Our Strength. More Diversity of Our Strength from Gavin Newsom. But so that's the in another episode of the thing that isn't a big deal, happened again and killed more American people. But on a positive note, we're going to jump over to something else. So we're all familiar with the Don Lemon party, which we've talked about previously, where Don Lemon and a bunch of dipshits went in and disrupted a church service. They actively violated people's constitutional rights to practice the religion that they want. In the same way that these people advocate for the shitskins to carry fucking knives and stab white people, then they need to allow the same thing. So if people are peacefully collected in a church or gathering in a church to practice their religion, they need to keep that same fucking energy, the same energy they keep as they're saying, well, it's his right to carry a knife. It's part of his religion. Like, well, if these people going to church and peacefully assembling is part of their religion, it needs to be protected on the same level that those dipshits are able to carry knives that they can use to actively stab people. So that's what this is. A lot of states are actively moving to criminalize that in a more explicit way. Because right now it's a federal crime to violate someone's rights, which is what disrupting a church service is. And this is now a tangible way to protect those people's rights in the same way. So we got this article from the AP here. After Minnesota church protests, states are toughening penalties for disrupting services. In New Orleans, at least 4 states have adopted laws this year making it a crime to disrupt worship services, a reaction to the high-profile Lemon Party. Republican lawmakers sponsoring most of the legislation say those gathering at sacred sanctuaries deserve protection beyond what existing trespassing laws provide. They also say these new laws will prevent escalating clashes between congregants and protesters, as many churches, mosques, and synagogues remain on edge over recent mass shootings and acts of violence. So, yeah, I'm going to press X to doubt on those last two. Anyhow, People should go to church. People should go to church to be able to sit in peace and worship as they please without having to worry about people coming in and harassing them, said Idaho Senator Mark Harris, a Republican who co-sponsored legislation criminalizing protests inside of places of worship. I think the thing that happened in Minnesota was kind of a shock to some of us, that church would be used as a place to berate people. Critics in both parties have warned that laws infringe on free speech rights. And here's a look at the situation. So it may you don't have a right to violate someone else's rights. And that's really what this comes down to. Laws make it a crime to interfere with worship. Bills have been signed into law in Republican-dominated Idaho, Louisiana, Oklahoma, and Kansas. A bill is becoming law without the signature of Democratic, or in Kansas, a bill is becoming law without signature of Democratic Governor Laura Kelly. Similar bills have been introduced in this year's legislative sessions in at least 7 other states and in Congress. Nassau County, New York passed a similar measure this year. In 1994, President Bill Clinton signed a law making it a federal crime to intentionally injure or interfere or intimidate someone entering a place of worship or a reproductive health facility. So the same law that protects people who are going into Planned Parenthood also ostensibly protects churches. And that's one of the laws that they were going after. And I think I mentioned this during the Don Lemon segment. That's one of the laws that they were going after Don Lemon with. The details in bills differ, but they all make it a crime to interfere with religious assemblies. Laws against trespassing already apply to disruptions on the grounds of churches or other private property, but legislators say the new laws would boost penalties and bar other protest activities like holding signs near places of worship. Penalties could be harsher than for trespassing. In some states, people could face up to a year in prison and fines as high as $10,000 for first offenses. Laws also give the states a way to prosecute cases if local authorities decline to do so. And I think that's important too. A lot of times there's the cities will be like, especially if they're in favor, if you have a shitlib mayor like we have here, our mayor would not direct her police chief to stop a protest that happened inside of a church. But then the government could say no, or the attorney general could say no, I don't care what the state says. Or what the county or the city says, we are going after those people. 39 people, including 2 quote-unquote journalists, were charged in Friday for roles in a protest during a St. Paul, Minnesota church service. The protesters had learned that one of the church pastors was also an official of U.S. Immigrations and Custom Enforcement who had been overseeing an intensive Minnesota operation, which wasn't intensive enough. U.S. Department of Justice charged protesters with conspiracy against religious freedom and interfering with the rights of religious freedom. Protesters and journalists have pleaded not guilty, and the cases are pending in federal court. Which they should be a slam dunk.
Yeah, they're in the fucking church. Like, it's one thing to stand outside with your gay sign, which I don't think they should necessarily be interfering with. It also shouldn't be a crime near Planned Parenthood either, but like, it's one thing to have your gay retarded sign. It's another thing to go inside the fucking building.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and yeah, because this is also kind of gets into this interesting dichotomy of places of worship used to be considered apart. It's not a place that you would go and do anything other than worship God, or if it had an annex, socialize. And this is clearly changed into a viable target to the left, and it also makes it an interesting thing where abortion centers are considered the same as churches now. So checkmate.
They have been for a while.
But yeah,
they have been
needs to
for
be
a
said.
while.
It needs to be said, though,
Right.
repeatedly, because I think it gets kind of lost where until you start saying it regularly, it doesn't sink in. It's like, oh well, don't go harass the woman. It's like, no, but they're performing a worship service of sorts. So, but back to my other thought
worship of
was
Moloch.
this really shows how the culture has changed to almost an unrecognizable extent, where you have to have these laws in place because religion, specifically Christianity, is considered such a available target. I don't know a better way of putting it.
Well, and it is a separate entity. You're exactly right. Churches were always meant to be treated as a separate entity. And that's why during the Obama years, they actively went after churches. And especially it was advocated for heavily in the media that pastors who express political opinions from the pulpit could lose their tax exempt status, because churches are not meant to be places for political advocacy and vice versa, from any way. It's not meant, and that's what all this is. That's all that this protest was. It was political advocacy. And like, it actually happened during the Obama administration. I'm trying to find an article about it here, because the IRS did go after, they did try to remove tax exemptions from places that expressed explicitly anti-Obama or anti-progressive sentiments.
How
And so
two-tier of them?
Well, also, under the Biden administration, my diocese, because we had traditional Latin Mass available, was being put on FBI watch lists just for existing.
yeah. Let's see. Here's an article. Subpoenas for sermons in Houston. And this was in 2014. A lawsuit between the city of Houston and religious leaders boiled over into national debate this week about religious liberty and freedom of speech, even as the mayor argued the controversy was based on a misunderstanding. Legal battle between the city of Houston and religious leaders has erupted in a national debate this week about religious liberty and freedom of speech, even as the mayor, Anise Parker, argued the controversy was based on a misunderstanding. Conservative lawmakers and activists expressed outrage upon learning that lawyers acting on behalf of the city had sent subpoenas this month to pastors who had vocally supported a failed petition drive aimed at repealing Houston's equal rights ordinance. Ordinance, better known as the acronym HERO, blah, blah, blah. That's not important. The city officials announced an effort by conservative activists and pastors to put the ordinance's repeal to voters and have failed to draw enough signatures. Opponents of the ordinance have since taken the issue to courts, alleging in a lawsuit the city inappropriately disqualified some of the signatures. The subpoenas sent to some outspoken pastors and religious leaders who had opposed the ordinance had asked for all speeches, presentations, sermons related to HERO, the petition, Mayor Annis, homosexuality or gender identity, prepared by, delivered by, revised by, or approved by you or in your possession. So this is the state saying you're not allowed to advocate against our laws. And you're not allowed to tell your people how to vote, which I think is, I don't necessarily disagree with that, in a sense, but again, it is a freedom of speech thing, and this speaks to what Bleach was saying, is that churches are supposed to be separate. The state, in this instance, the state is saying you're separate entity. You're not a political entity. You don't get to do political advocacy in your church. And so by that same standard, those people who are barging into a church to disrupt a service, just to attack a person for a political means, they shouldn't enjoy that right. It's not a freedom of speech thing. It's a violation of that sacred covenant thing. It's a violation of that separation of the religious sphere and the political sphere. It's a violation of people's rights to worship as they see fit. And you don't have a right to interfere with that. Which is why that guy was stabbed. Ostensibly, it's why they're claiming that's why he was stabbed, is because he didn't have a right to interfere with their religious practice of carrying a knife, which he didn't. People. But that's the framework that was presented. So, anyhow, I could go on this, but I got a few more articles. So, this is pro tem Senator Golihair, pro tem Paxton, Senator Golihair comment on Governor Stitt signing bill to protect places of worship. And this happened back in February. So I gotta unblock a script here to let it load properly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hate that. Okay, we'll go back to the AP article while that reloads. Court challenges could await the new laws. The Nassau County Ordinance is already facing a court challenge from a New York Civil Liberties Union, because of course they are, which says there's no history of residents facing intimidation, harassments, or violence outside of places of worship, and that the statute denies people their constantly protected right to rights of expression in public places.
Cool.
And
Can
just so we're clear, churches are
clinics
not
again?
public. Well, right. Churches are not public places. They are private property.
Yep.
Yeah. And guaranteed they're going to
this,
argue, but the footpath is public. It's like, cool. We're calling the Westboro Baptist Church and we're going to hock up in front of your abortion clinic.
Yeah. Well, and I think there is an argument to be made, because this is saying, this is from the senator, or from the, okay, let's see.
Like, I don't disagree with the argument that banning assemblies outside of outside the full property of these places seems like it's a violation of First Amendment rights. And frankly, I think it is. But also, it needs to apply to other things too. You should be able to protest in front of a bush clinic. Oh, but it's intimidating people. Well, tough shit. They're going to have to harden the fuck up. Maybe if they're ready to go kill a human, they should harden the fuck up first.
And I could make the argument that, outside of an abortion clinic, it's like, okay, you don't need to get in someone's face, but that's just common courtesy. But saying, hey, are you sure you want to do this? Have you thought it through? Instead of, you're just killing a child, you're a terrible person, because they are. But it's also like, if someone wants to engage them in conversation, that's a different thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Well, but that's peaceful, right?
Yeah.
That's your peaceful right to assemble and protest. You have a right to peacefully protest.
Except when you are peacefully protesting against murdering children. Apparently that's not constitutionally protected.
Yeah.
Right. Well, and here's what the Oklahoma senator, this is part of the article I was going to pull up here. Is his bill, Republican wrote his bill after an anti-abortion protester disrupted his church service last year. His law bars blocking highways within 1 mile of a service or approaching someone to hand them a flyer within 100 feet of a place of worship. Now, this, I think, is already illegal to do. It's federally illegal to do at an abortion clinic.
That
I
sounds.
don't know if it's 100 feet. I think it's 50 feet in the actual law. They have to be, there's a quarantine zone basically where your
Yeah.
protest can't be within that place.
I think that, frankly, I think that's unconstitutional in both cases. But also, the ban on blocking highways within 1 mile of a service. How about just a ban on blocking fucking highways?
Yeah. Yeah, no ban on blocking fucking, or no blocking highways. That's absolutely
the
retarded.
Supreme Court's already said time, place, and something else. Reasonable time, place, and something time, place, and manner. That's it. Restrictions, and I think it's reasonable to restrict the middle of the fucking road in the middle of rush hour.
And the thing that brought this about, or that made this necessary, was that they actually entered the fucking church. They, the Lemon Party entered the church, and they disrupted an ongoing service and harassed the congregants who had nothing to do with it.
Yep.
They had nothing to do with their political debate. They had nothing to do. They were just there to worship. And these guys harassed and intimidated people who were in the process of worshiping.
Yep.
It wasn't like they were standing outside holding signs. They actually entered the building. Now, it may be extreme to say, 100 feet, you can't come within 100 feet. That, again, that might be extreme. That might not stand up entirely to constitutional scrutiny. Because it is a public place outside of the church.
God, I'd fucking love the leftists to defeat the distance restriction on constitutional grounds, because later that day, there'd be a lawsuit about the one in front of abortion clinics going, hey, look, precedent.
Yeah,
absolutely. And, and I'm of mixed mind on a lot of this stuff. I don't think that people should be protesting, right outside the doors of a church.
I think that's
and by that same token,
immoral, but
yeah, and I'll keep that same energy and say I don't think people should be protesting right outside the doors of abortion clinics either. Just because it's people practicing. It's first off, it's people entering a private place, and whether it's to get quote unquote medical treatment or to worship, they, people have a right to do that in their private lives.
I think
I've seen people protesting.
I think it should just be a general law to make it illegal to block free travel on a highway or footpath.
Yeah.
And then you go, no, that applies everywhere. There's no discrimination. If you want to stand on the grass on either side of the footpath with your stupid signs, fine, whatever, cool. But you cannot block other people's right to free movement and free assembly in the process. So do your fucking protest, stay out of the fucking way, and then we're all hunky-dory, and you stop being cunts about it in every direction. We don't do stupid shit like go, oh, you can't do such and such within 100 feet. No, fuck off. You just make it so that they
already don't have
a
right to, like that. At that point where you're blocking free passage, you're no longer peacefully assembling.
No,
correct.
Right. You are blocking someone's path is an act of aggression. Now, whether you're just standing there peacefully and not letting them cross your line, you're still doing that with the threat of violence because you have to physically do it. So all these dipshits that are sitting down on the freeway and locking arms and blocking people, like, the right thing for the police to do is come out with batons and pepper spray and drag those idiots out of the fucking street. And by the same token, Right. By the same token, do that to people who are blocking entrance to a place of worship or a medical facility.
Yeah.
You know, and whether your worship, if we want to be uniform and keep our principles, then, you know, if you want to go worship, go into a house of child sacrifice, that is legally protected, then you can't do that. That's not a peaceful protest anymore. Standing outside quietly praying and holding a sign is a peaceful protest. You know, trying to have a conversation with people. It's like if Don Lemon and his people were standing outside of the church saying, how do you feel about your pastor going in here doing this? Like, I kind of feel like that should be protected.
Yeah.
If they were outside peacefully doing that.
I'd still call Don Lemon a retarded little knobhead. But it wouldn't be it wouldn't be a criminal activity.
Yeah.
Right. Right.
And that's ultimately kind of what it comes down to is, yeah, someone having a difference of an opinion, but being respectful about it versus what these absolute retards did. And it's like, no, sorry. Yeah, you do not get to go in, harass, make children cry just for, oh, well, it's just a peaceful protest. It's like, no. You have crossed lines that no one should cross, and there needs to be consequences for it.
Yeah. It's clearly trespassing. And I wonder if you could make an argument, and like, this is just spitballing. If there's such a thing as disturbing the peace, or perhaps even just, is it like assault, making people fear imminent violent acts, it's like, I wonder if that makes them going into the building burglary, because burglary is often defined as entering a building with the intent to commit a crime.
Yeah.
So wouldn't that be fucking hilarious? Don Lemon gets trespassing, assault, possibly, disturbing the peace, burglary.
Yeah.
That could...
Well, an assault is just making someone feel in danger of their safety.
And I fucking
battery is actually hurting them.
Yeah. I'd feel inferior.
Yeah, if a bunch of screaming retarded leftists ran into your church with megaphones, and people who have been known to do violent things to other people because they face no real consequence.
That freak show that was doing a lot of the yelling and screaming, and that he was like doing that shit in DC. I really have to question why he's, one, not been clubbed like a baby seal, and more importantly, hasn't been institutionalized, honestly.
Well.
Yeah. Well, you know why? Because the mentally ill vote Democrat.
That hasn't stopped them from, even the dead, from voting Democrat, you know.
You make a valid point.
For real. So here's a quote from the senator that I talked about earlier. I applaud Governor Sitt for taking this seriously and signing this as soon as it got to his desk. Pro Tem Paxton said, no one should face harassment, feel threatened, or be intimidated by groups who are intentionally trying to disrupt a worship service, like what happened in Minnesota recently, or last year at Senator Goldhar's church. The right to peacefully assemble is a cornerstone of American democracy. I'm a staunch believer in freedom of speech, but this doesn't mean freedom from consequences, which that's a dubious.
That's not the
dubious,
kind of words I want to hear from a politician.
Right. Yeah.
But also, if the
Senator Bill
speech is
7
irrelevant, it's the actions that count. And they were trespassing for starters.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. So Senate Bill 743 creates enhanced penalties for unlawful disruption of worship service, including up to a $500 fine or up to 1 year in county jail for the first offense. A second or subsequent offense is a felony punishable by up to a $1,000 fine, 2 years in prison, or both. Under the legislation, protesters within 100 feet of place of worship must maintain at least 8 feet of distance from individuals entering or exiting unless consent to approach is given.
That's more
different.
reasonable.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You have to stay away from people unless they say, okay, or unless they come to you. You know, if you want to have a conversation, then that's fine.
Yeah,
And they give consent.
and that'd
Yeah.
also prevent the blocking of passage, because when the person goes there and then walks up, it's like, you're blocking the passage, mate. You've clearly violated that bit of the law.
Right. So that's from Oklahoma. This one is from Louisiana. This is Louisiana document. Proposed law creates a crime of disturbing the peace in or near a place of worship. Further provides that no person can petition, pick and demonstrate, protest, or assemble with other persons in or within 50 feet of a place of worship in a manner which intentionally and willfully disrupts, threatens to disrupt, intimidates, harasses, or interferes with any person lawfully exercising or seeking to exercise his rights of religious freedom granted by U.S. Constitution Amendment 1 or the Louisiana Constitution, Article 1, Section 8. The proposed law provides that an offender will be fined $500 and sentenced to 15 days in jails without benefit of probation or suspension of sentence. The proposed law defines place of worship as a church, synagogue, mosque, temple, shrine, or other building used regularly to conduct religious worship, education, or services. And this will be effective August 1st of this year.
Now, see, that might have more constitutional challenges than the other one, because that's awfully fucking broad.
Yeah. Yeah. It's not as specific as the Oklahoma one, but we'll see.
Yeah.
And of course, one gets challenged. It'll get challenged all the way up to the Supreme Court and go from there.
Yeah.
So this is from the Idaho Freedom Foundation Freedom Index, and this is Senate Bill 1296 would clarify that anyone who trespasses on church property with the intent to harass or disrupt a religious service is guilty of a misdemeanor. And I think this is important language too. Trespasses on church property.
Yes, that's a good one.
So does it violate the spirit or the letter of either the United States Constitution or the Idaho Constitution? Examples include restrictions on speech, public assembly, the press, privacy, private property, or firearms. Conversely, does it restore or uphold the protections guaranteed in the U.S. Constitution or the Idaho Constitution? And this is from the Idaho Freedom Foundation.
First question, is a positive number a good thing or a bad thing?
We'll find out here.
Okay.
So the Senate bill would clarify that a person commits the crime of trespass when he enters or remains on the premise of a church or house of worship without permission, with intent to intimidate or harass or to disrupt a church service or assemblage of people meeting for religious worship. The First Amendment protects the right of all Americans and Idahoans to worship God free from any harassment or persecution. This law would enhance that protection against protesters and others who seek to willfully and maliciously disrupt a religious proceeding and thereby abridge citizens' First Amendment rights. The First Amendment also protects the right of the public to peacefully protest for the redress of grievances. The Idaho Constitution, Article 1, Section 10 states, right of assembly, the people shall have the right to assemble in a peaceful manner, to consult for their common good, to instruct their representatives, and to petition the legislature for the redress of grievances. However, this right does not and cannot extend to the disruption of a worship service on the private property of a religious organization. There is no protected right to harass, disrupt, or disturb or disrupt such a gathering, and to do so would gravely infringe upon not only the First Amendment, but the very idea of free private association. Protest is not a license to abrogate property rights and religious freedoms. So they're rating it positively.
Yeah, that's my favorite of the laws we've heard so far, frankly, because it's specifically regarding the private premises. and it's preempting the trespass, which because they're entering with the intent to disrupt, and I think that aligns with every conceivable level of freedom, because if the people with control of the property, which might have open gates, open doors, and a general come in vibe, if they knew the person's intent, they would immediately refuse them access. I think that's
Yeah.
commensurate with every element of rights in every direction. So I very much like that one.
Right.
But it also means that specifically it's a crime the second they enter, and the church doesn't have to refuse them for it to become a crime. They obviously then will as well, because it looks extra good in court when you go, you need to leave, you're trespassing.
Yep.
So to speak to that, we actually had a potential incident at my church. Basically, some guy's estranged and deranged brother came and was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna go and interrupt your church service and yada yada." So we had like security guards, and you know, if you didn't know who they were, it's just, oh yeah, it's just somebody. It's like, if you knew who they were, it's like, oh, they're packing. They're ready to not only detain this guy, but they're also able to just pop him if need be outside the church.
Well, and I think that would be like, I know there's plenty of people. my nephews carry all the time. And I somehow doubt they don't carry in church also. And it's gotten to the point where a lot of people will carry in church, especially in conservative areas, because they fear what has already happened.
Yeah.
Right? Where some crazy fucking troon gets all butthurt about something and goes in and starts attacking religious people, attacking people who they perceive as their enemy. And the people in the church feel they need to have a right to protect themselves, and they do have a right to protect themselves. So, because no piece of paper ever stopped anyone from really doing something criminal. So,
remember that video where the dipshit with the shotgun kicks in the door of the church and tries to have himself a mass shooting, gets one shot off, and then gets domed by an old guy from the other end of the fucking room, and then the next shot, there's like 7 people with guns out.
Yeah.
As it should
That's
be.
why nobody would actually do that here in Idaho, because it's one where a constitutional carry state, I wouldn't say most, but a lot of people carry, and a lot of people open carry as well. You don't need to pass a test to concealed carry here in Idaho. Nice. You don't actually even need to have a permit to conceal carry here in Idaho. Like, I could go out, I probably couldn't get a gun today because there is a wait time, all that bullshit.
Yay.
But probably by next week I could have a gun in a concealed holster and be allowed to carry it wherever I wanted. It was wherever it's permitted, because it's a lot of private property. They don't permit that stuff. And of course, in school areas, they don't permit that, but, and that's a whole nother segment. But generally speaking, I wouldn't have to go through the class. I wouldn't have to get approval from the sheriff's office and the local constable or any gay shit like that. So people here have guns. And so I think the likelihood of something like that happening here is pretty low. But to get back on task here, I think this is probably my favorite line that's come up of this. There is no protected right to harass, disturb, or disrupt such a gathering, and to do so would gravely infringe upon not only the First Amendment, but the very idea of private association. Protest is not a license to abrogate property rights and religious freedom.
Yeah.
Very nice. I think that's well put. This is from the Kansas governor allows religious assembly protection bill to become law without her signature. Of course, because she would have faced big backlash from her constituency. Kansas Governor Lori Kelly took action through inaction Monday, allowing a bill that she didn't fully support to become law without her signature. On Monday, Kelly announced a substitute for House Bill 2018 will become Kansas law. While she didn't veto the bill, she cited a few concerns with the legislation. She cited a few concerns with the legislation as it's written, and I'm not unblocking their scripts on this page to allow that. Senate substitute for House Bill 2018 creates the crime of interfering with the conduct of religious assembly. That crime is defined in two ways: in terms of force used, in terms of property damage. Bill also touches on an elevated crime of aggravated interference with the conduct of a religious assembly. A supplemental note on substitute for House Bill 2018 summarizes that aggravated tag on interfering with a religious gathering would elevate the crime when certain firearms or weapons are present. Aggravated interference with the conduct of a religious assembly would apply if an individual is by force, threat of force, or by physical obstruction intentionally injuring, intimidating, or interfering with any person lawfully exercising or seeking to exercise the right of religious freedom while in possession of any firearm or weapon that is a criminal weapons offense under the Kansas Criminal Code, or that is a criminal weapon offense under the Kansas Criminal Code. The Kansas legislature noted. Kelly issued a statement concerning her stance on the legislation and why she didn't sign her name to it. The bill is born out of a tension between two fundamental rights: the right to freely practice religion and the right to freedom of expression. This type of tension is not uncommon in a democracy that has enumerated as many constitutional rights as we enjoy and seek to protect today. Kelly said, however, I am concerned that this legislation addresses the tension in a manner that prioritizes one of these rights over the other, which will result in costly litigation.
Did she read it? Because it shit sounds like she didn't understand it. Like, no part of that abrogates the right to freedom of assembly.
Well, and that's the big... And this is the real problem with a lot of progressive bullshit, is they lean heavily into this freedom of expression bullshit. Freedom of expression has been used for a long time to permit a lot of retarded shit in our society. And some of it I can get behind. The People versus Larry Flint, which was when Hustler was prosecuted for spreading pornography, but was protected under the auspices of freedom of expression. That's how a lot of pornography is kept legal and lawful in the United States, is under the extension of freedom of expression. Now, but I think that a lot of most progressives don't understand that their freedom of expression is not a license to intrude or impinge on somebody else's actual rights.
Chat's whining, Dave. So I'm gonna have to reboot Discord. Stand by, everyone.
It's restream.
Yeah, weak stream.
Is it restream? Because I can't.
I don't know. I guess we'll find out.
Am I also choppy, chat? Because if I am, then it's restream. If I'm not, then it's Discord.
Marku says y'all.
Yeah, which is unhelpful.
Bez is fine. So it's Discord.
Yeah,
Of
cool.
course.
That's Discord then.
Yeah, of course.
Cool. We're going to technical difficulties. We'll be back shortly. Hello, everyone. We're back. Hopefully, Discord is unfucked now.
Yeah. So, I guess anyhow, to finish up my thoughts on it, this is like, as what I was saying to Bleach. It's like children. They've been given license to something without understanding the responsibility that comes with it, and so now we have to put limits on it. They have to put a law together that says, all right, children, yeah, I said you could play, but I didn't say you could play until midnight and wake up the neighbors. That should have been common sense to you, but obviously that common sense is not with you, so you don't get this freedom anymore. We have to, or you explicitly don't have this freedom that you didn't actually have to begin with. And that's what all these laws are saying. That's all they represent. You never had this right, and you taking this right just represents a failing on your part. So with that, I think that's a positive note in a way, that the legislatures are making. They're making an active attempt to protect people's rights, because we've seen too many people's rights get trampled over the last decade. Because protesters are retarded. They're a bunch of retarded children that don't understand the limits to their own freedom. So, with that said, I'll hand it off to Bez and we'll go through his stuff, and then we'll go from there.
Cool. So, today we are going to talk about the industrialized, government-funded, commercial child endangerment in Germany. Because, god damn it, we nuked the wrong country.
Wait, are you saying that there would be German anime if we'd nuked them?
It'd be better than what they're doing now.
Fair.
They're noncier than Japan is. Actually, they're, and by that I mean it's real kids, not fucking pictures. Which the leftists will get bent out of their fucking minds about the pictures, you know, the fictional things. Meanwhile,
it sounds awfully Weimar.
Yes, prosecute the pictures while ignoring what's happening to people. But speaking of Weimar Germany, let's have a look at this. So this is coming from Redux, and I saw it first coming as a screen cap of a Twitter post. I'm like, oh god, please be fake, please be fake, please be fake. Then Prime posts it from Redux. I'm like, fuck. And because we're better than everyone else, we'll look at some sources in a bit. So let's read the Redux headline. School children in the small community of Kevlar, Germany, were given a class assignment asking them to simulate operating an inclusive brothel. The assignment, titled Brothel for All, asked the children to consider how to meet diverse sexual needs. I'm just going to let that sink in and marinate for a second.
So you pull the cocking piece of the firearm, and then... Oh, sorry.
So you take the potato masher, you twist the fuse and pull. Then you lob directly into the office of whoever came up with this.
For legal directly reasons, to the forehead.
Yeah. Warheads on foreheads. For legal reasons, that is a joke. However, the people responsible for this should be prosecuted, and if found guilty, they should be buried under the fucking prison. Let's have a fucking look. So, German children given inclusive brothel assignments part of sexual education of diversity class.
Jesus Christ. Children
in a sex education class in Germany were trying to design a brothel for everyone. What part of sex ed requires knowing what a brothel is? That wasn't part of my fucking sex ed stuff when I was in school. And I'm in a country where brothels are legal. As part of their course, striking backlash from parents and even honest students at the school. The children aged between 13 and 15 received the assignment at the Cardinal von Galen Gymnasium in Kevlar, a small town in North Rhine-Westphalia. Make note of that. Make note in specifically North Rhine-Westphalia. So take note of that, of that place. It will be relevant later. Close to the Dutch border with a population of just 28,000. The community is most known for being a religious pilgrimage site for Roman Catholics who descend upon the town once per year to honor the Virgin Mary. Well, we're going to need the angry Catholics this year, Bleach.
Yeah. Round up the boys. We're going crusading again. Damn it.
It's time for another invasion of Germany. But despite being a fairly religious community, the local secondary school issued a disturbing assignment to its youth centered around prostitution. I feel like there needs to be like a comma there or something, or an inferred comma. The assignment was leaked to news outlet WDR. Well, let's go have a look at WDR. So this is WDR, of course, with good old Google Translate. Brothel for All as school assignment in Kevlar. Students were to develop a fictional brothel. So, who's WDR.de? Let's have a look. It's Westdeutsche Rundfunk, or the West German Broadcasting College, which is public broadcaster. It's state-funded media. State-funded media says this is true.
Damn it. Why?
And yes, it all matches up. It's WDR. The web address matches up, and Redux is citing these people. So there you go. We have better journalistic integrity because these are our sources. And and sections from the workbook began to circulate on social media last week. According to the excerpts, the children were tasked with modernizing an existing brothel in a large city, effectively simulating operating the facility as though they were a manager. Titled Puff for All. I'm sorry, I know too many British people. Is that so I see puff or poof? Well, let's go with poof. Being a German slang word
for all.
For brothel. The workbook appeared to be primarily, if you don't know, ask your nearest English person. The workbook appeared to be primarily framed not just around upgrading the brothel, but making it more sexually inclusive. Well, it's Germany, so a sexually inclusive brothel is children and goats. No adult women required. According to the introduction of the assignment, the children are asked to modernize in group work an already existing brothel in a large city. The floor plan is predetermined and cannot be expanded. The worksheet, floor plan of brothel to be modernized. That's that's really what the fucking thing says, isn't it? The questions in this assignment ask children to consider what sexual preferences need to be addressed. It's Germany. And apparently Germany was full of frigging nonsense before they let the Muslims in.
Well, you remember that case from
Spoilers.
Oh. All right. Never mind.
Along with what types of different services need to be offered in the brothel and what skills and abilities of the prostitutes would be needed so that all kinds of people could be served and satisfied.
What? Jesus Christ, dude.
Yep. The exercise is part of a larger syllabus entitled Sexual Education of Diversity, Practical Methods on Identities, Relationships, Bodies, and Prevention for Schools and Youth Work. One older student at the school offered WDR a critical perspective on the assignment and said that people would be questioning the acceptance surrounding the topic of sex work. The girl argued that it belongs in social studies classes where students learn to critique sex. No, it doesn't belong anywhere in fucking school at all. It's degenerate.
Right?
found that 95% of all sex workers being women and a significant number of them being girls. I believe it's inappropriate to address problems in sex education, and above all, to fail to differentiate and explore the topic in assignment. Well, that's just retarded. What? She's fully indoctrinated by the educational system. In a statement to WDR, oh my God. And again, WDR, state-funded broadcaster, the headmistress of the school admitted it was real and said that by saying the material was deliberately designed to be provocative in order to stimulate discussion. Okay, cool. Let's talk about which medieval torture method we're going to use. Are we thinking brazen bull or the wheel? Or maybe the pair of pain or whatever the fuck it's called? Hey. It responds to developments on our side with reversive lifestyles and generals. Yes, like pedophiles, the headmasters of schools, apparently. And that also addresses the heavy use of social media channels by children and young people. Yeah, no, I'm not worried about the kids on social media. I'm worried about the kids in your fucking school. Hey. However, following a concerted uproar among parents, the schools confirmed that they don't intend to reissue the assignment in future. No, you don't say. And it's not the first time prostitutes intersected with youth education in Germany. Jesus Christ, Germany. In 2023, the city of Berlin had prompted outrage from locals after offering a graphic picture book on prostitution. I'm not going to scroll further because that looks like an image. The book, titled Rosie Needs Money, was advertised as a resource for youth aged 6 to 12 years old. Yes, that's called grooming. It gets even fucking better. The story is written by from the perspective of a child named Mariam, interesting name, very German, whose family relocated to Germany from Syria. Oh, and the kid the protagonist narrates that she and her equally aged schoolmate Martin look for Rosie, a woman from Bulgaria who is in the trade. Jesus fucking wept, Germany. So that's lovely. They don't seem to find much. Oh my God. It's literally about street walking hookers. But don't worry. So, and this is all in the WDR article. And yeah, the school administration admitted to it. So let's talk. So remember the region of Germany it was, North Rhine-Westphalia? Well, that region has a fucking history. And unfortunately, I remembered this article from the time. German daycares promote sexual exploration rooms where children can engage in sexual games from August 2023. I believe we covered it at the time. I can't remember if we did, but I did remember the article. One daycare said it offered kids the freedom to try out childish sexuality in the rooms, while being observed by the staff, no doubt. Several daycare centers in Germany are reportedly considering or have already implemented sexual exploration rooms. Jesus Christ, we're going to get kicked off fucking YouTube if I keep quoting this shit directly. I swear to God. Where participants can engage in sexual games and discover what they find pleasurable. According to several reports to facilities in the German state of North Rhine-Westphalia, have discussed plans to promote safe spaces where participants can explore masturbation. And this involved the German newspaper Die Welt, which has a long history and is a legitimate source. The North Rhine-Westphalia Participants Ministry, headed by some fucking communist wearing a watermelon, said the sexual behavior by participants could not be prevented and said they had no intention of contacting the facilities. So do you see what I mean by the state-funded, industrial, commercialized child endangerment? The fucking Participants Ministry says it's all fine. No,
Of course, of course.
And of course, the person's a fucking a fucking watermelon. And I don't. Ay. It's Divert, isn't it, Bleach? Or is it
I'm
something
sorry?
close to that? The name of the newspaper. You're the local German expert.
Looks like Die Welt.
Die Welt.
Oh yeah,
Die Welt
that's a
reported that
popular
one facility in Kirpen offers participants the freedom to try out participant sexuality. Daycare also said that sexual self-pleasure on its property is of great importance, insisting that masturbation is normal. Yes, I'm sure that they think it's normal when the fucking janitor is looking through the window, jerking himself off, while the participants practice on each other. The website Remix noted that another facility in Germany found the town of Rheinberg. Quickly going to Google where Rheinberg is, because I bet that's also in North Rhine-Westphalia.
I mean, it has to be.
It is. In the district of Wessel in North Rhine-Westphalia. Facilitated, oh my fucking god, Doctor Games.
What is in the fucking water of the Rhine?
Communism, apparently.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Another facility found in Rheinberg facilitates doctors' games where participants are urged to peruse other participants' bodies, Bleach. The facility allegedly encouraged participants to choose a specific participant whose body they wish to explore carefully, but warned them that no objects would be introduced into body orifices. I would like to talk to you all about my proposal to nuke North Rhine-Westphalia. Monkey says he used to work in an office across the road from Die Welt. They're the most pretentious assholes you can ever meet. German Guardian. There you go. The pretentious German Guardian are the ones who reported on this. So we've got, in the previous one, we had state-funded media. In this one, we have the pretentious Guardian-like Germans. It's true. Meanwhile, Pro Familia, Germany's leading pedophile association on sexuality and partnership, initially issued recommendations that facilities set up body exploration rooms and sexual games for participants in July. Redux, hey, it's Redux again, initially reported.
Jesus.
An email was sent to parents and showed 10 rules detailing how participants in the rooms would be encouraged to pet and examine themselves and other participants. All participants, especially not going to fucking say that at all, are aware of the places in the facility where nudity and body exploration can take place. Each participant decides for themselves whether and with whom they want to play physical and sexual games. The participants pet and examine each other only as much as is comfortable for themselves and other children, the guidance read in part. Cool.
Jesus. We've got something on the soundboard for this.
Get in the chipper, bitch.
Yes.
Apparently we're putting every government official in North Rhine-Westphalia in the fucking chipper.
Yes.
Hey.
Yep.
And yes, the parents were not fucking happy. And then all of a sudden, one of the parents got kicked out of art school. Oy vey. So, meanwhile, back in the 60s, the German experiment that placed fosters with pedophiles. Oh, God. So, anyway, skipping a bunch of the wank. Beginning in the late 60s, the possible pedophile Kentler had placed neglected children in foster homes run by pedophiles. The experiment was authorized and financially supported by the Berlin Senate. Is there a single politician in Germany that isn't a non?
There hasn't been in over 100 years, I would say. Because somebody decided to go and spend time with his niece inappropriately. Sorry. Pointing it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey.
You know, I just.
This is such a dog shit article from the New Yorker. So we're going to flick over to the Wikipedia article.
Yes. Although somehow he'll use a Kirpin instead of a Crappin or whatever. But
Yeah.
whatever.
So, reception. So, this guy apparently also served as a forensic expert in abuse cases, which is fucking ironic. Kentler's had views and, quote, often the repressive education was so successful they no longer feel any sexual pressure. A sexually open-minded boy then calls such a girl uptight and unfashionable based on his view that children can have sexual needs even before puberty. He made a distinction between voluntary sexual interaction among peers and with adults from sexual abuse of children. Methinks thou doth protest too much. So Kantler is either a psychopath or a paedophile or both. I'm leaning towards both. So
Yeah.
Meanwhile, later investigation. In 2015, after public pressure, the Berlin Senate administration commissioned a study by political scientists at the Institute for Democracy Research in Göttingen on the pedosexual experiment Kantler conducted in Berlin in the late 1960s with support of the Youth Welfare Office, government-funded noncery. In this, so blah, 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 blah. Yeah, basically, one of the people said they are downright shocked that at the time the executive and the judiciary let themselves decide up by it. I'm not shocked at all that politicians and judges are pedophiles. So yeah, but that again, it's a garbage fucking article. But yeah, in the 1960s, the government literally paid to place kids with pedophiles to see if that would help the kids. Allegedly.
Yeah, you know, this is what happens when you try to humiliate the Germans. Let them just win their war in 1870 and 1914. It would have been fine. These people would have probably just gone on to be, I don't know, in wood chippers somewhere.
Yeah. But yeah, it's government and corporate funded. Like in the 60s, literally the fucking Minister for Kids or whatever the fuck it was, Ministry for Kids, Youth Welfare Office in, what was it, 2023. It was a series of kindergartens, possibly under one company, don't really know, but a series of them throughout North Rhine-Westphalia doing this shit. Stereotypical German. Then we've got this shit now. And then we previously had in the other one in Berlin where they're offering books on it. What the fuck in Germany? At least the Japanese just draw shit.
You know, there is this undeniable, unless you're a leftist, link between homosexuals, pedos, and commies.
And politicians.
I already said commies and pedos, didn't I?
There's like 2 or 3 pedophiles that aren't communists. And some of them are in politics. But yes, fucking Germany.
Yep. Let's say Weimar Weimar problems require Weimar solutions.
I'm starting to understand
Yeah.
why there was a purge of the intelligentsia. I'm also starting to understand why
Yeah.
they burnt the books. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. If it's books like these fucking picture books, I don't know, maybe some books need burning.
Well, yeah, they always complain about books being burned, but they never tell you which books were burned.
Yep.
But they were books about, pedophilia and child pornography and stuff like that. So, yeah, go figure.
I'm utterly fucking astounded the stream's still up. Oh, and Danny's picked the overlap. Of course, there's the overlap. They're our kids. Yep. Yep. So Germany
Yeah.
can go fuck itself, frankly.
Mm-hmm.
And on that lovely fucking note, are you ready, Dave? We'll go over to your shit, which sounds far more fucking fun.
Yeah.
And you have the
Whenever you're
screen.
ready. All right. So we had such a fun time doing this last time that I put up another one here. We got another Would You Rather here. Got some questions lined up. With I don't think Bleach got to witness the glory of the full scene, the AI generated scene here. But we're gonna go in and we'll jump right in here. So this is Would You Rather number 2, morally questionabler. And the first question is would you rather have all illegal immigrants deported within the next 2 years or have the Epstein client list prosecuted right away?
Ooh.
Oh, fuck it. I'm going to go with A, because that's going to, on my definition of illegal immigrants, include members of the Epstein client list.
See, now I think if we go with B, it would clear the way for A to happen a lot quicker than within 2 years, personally.
Potentially. Now, from a non-American's perspective, Australia doesn't have an illegal immigration problem. It has a widely unchecked and no fucking restrictions legal immigration problem. So there's fuck all illegal immigrants in Australia. And so, well, I'm sure that'd be great for you guys. God, I'd like to see the Epstein list prosecuted. So
prosecuted, yeah.
I'm going to go with B because A wouldn't immediately solve my country. But if the Epstein list got prosecuted, that would take out some of my politicians too.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
All right, you're shifting me towards B.
So yeah, I'm actually going to go with B on this one. This was a hard question when I posed it. I'm like, I'm not sure which one, but I'm gonna go with B also. Okay,
the only thing I would say that makes me lean more towards A is that affects me more directly on a daily basis.
Yeah, I think that's the difference in local perspective. And I'd bet if we had Disco on, there'd be a good chance she'd go A because holy shit, the UK's in the fucking dumpster.
Right. Yeah. Right. Okay, next question. Would you rather all public policy be decided by the people most affected by it or by the people least emotionally invested in it?
Well, both of those sound fucking awful, so good job.
Yeah.
That means Dave did his job right.
I'm going to go with B with that one. Because when you can be able to dispassionately look at something, you're more likely to achieve a correct answer This is why women hate when you give them the solution to their problems.
Yeah, but that I think goes with the assumption that these people that aren't emotionally invested are also committed to doing things properly. Because it seems that we're stuck in a situation where we're dealing with people who aren't emotionally invested because they fucking hate you.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Damn.
I personally would go with A on this one too. Although B is B has, Bleach is on the right track.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I'm also leaning towards A, because then at least I'd get a fucking choice in the shit that affects me.
I think chat's pretty universally gone with A on this one, except for TB2, who's gone with C, which is service equals citizenship, which
that's only the end.
I mean, that is based and correct, but not playing the game.
Right. Okay, so here's the next one. Would you rather all CEOs have their pay capped at 20 times their lowest paid employee, or all employees get to vote anonymously on whether the CEO has earned more than 20 times their pay?
Ooh, that's interesting.
I'm going to go with A on that one.
Yeah?
Well, if you think about it, if the incentive is a cap 20 times above the lowest paid, that kind of incentivizes the CEOs to raise all of the wages consistently over time.
Yeah.
I will drive up the low paid wages. B.
Yeah.
Assuming for the sake of the argument that it is actually anonymous, then like a lot of fuckwits would still just vote yes anyway. And even if the vote was no, it's like, okay, cool, who's that helped?
Well, I think B turns into a popularity contest real fucking quick.
And it can be bought. So, you just throw a pizza party on every fucking Friday.
Right.
Which somehow works on idiots. Like, they've done that at places I've worked in. It's like, oh, wow, they've got us pizza. And I'm sitting here going, I'd rather go home early.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So I think A is the right answer. We'll go with A also. Okay, next one. Would you rather every person who says the market will solve it be personally assigned one market failure, or every person who says the government should fix it be assigned to run one DMV window?
A. Undoubtedly A. Because if the retard who is out there saying the government should fix it runs the DMV, then they're gonna be like, well, it's fixed. I did it my way.
Yeah.
But you told people to fuck off and go home because you're not dealing with their shit.
I'll also suggest that it would work better if it said the government will fix it, because if it says the government should fix it, it's like, yes, the government should. They fucking won't, but they should. So
see, and I think B would be a powerful lesson to the person who thinks the government should fix it, to just show how ineffective the government is at actually fixing anything. Yep. So Danny says A does nothing, B will shut someone the fuck up. Yeah, that's kind of where I think.
The people who say the market will solve it are often the rich and the politicians, so maybe they should wear the market failures instead of us.
Yeah, I could get behind that. Good arguments for both. I actually believe I'm going to go with A myself. So, okay, next one. Would you rather all parole boards be staffed by victims of serious crimes, or all prisons be run by people who believe humans can't be rehabilitated?
Ooh. I think,
because most of the prisons now are actually ran by people who believe humans can be fully rehabilitated and moved. Like that's the framework that our prison system is put together in now.
They're run by multinational corporations for profit.
Oh well, not here.
Maybe not in Idaho. but-
I've got to go with A,
Yeah.
because when you've got people who know the consequences of these crimes and can look at someone and say, okay, this person went full Kentler. Do they have a right to leave versus someone who says, oh yeah, this guy who robbed a liquor store and now regrets it because he was 17. No, fuck it. Yeah, he's in there for life. I have to lean A.
Yeah, I'm leaning A
Yeah,
as well.
Now,
And that's because of my opinion on prisons. And that's because I think that prisons being run by people who believe can't be rehabilitated, that's just going to make worse criminals potentially out of the ones that have temporary sentences. Because I think that prisons should be exclusively for people that we think can be rehabilitated. Because if we don't think they can be rehabilitated, we should have just hung them in front of the fucking courthouse.
right. See, I think both of these have their. That's why I say it's morally questionable, and I think TBT has some really good arguments in the Rumble chat. Is that A can lead to some serious bias, which would lead to people never being allowed out, right? Like a woman who was beaten by her husband, who just assumes that all men are just wife beaters. So even like the most milquetoast criminal won't get out because of a woman who thinks that all men are terrible just because they're men. On the other side, right? yeah.
Never
on the
let
other
women
side,
be on a parole board.
Yeah, well, that speaks to a wider issue. But then all prisons being run by people who believe humans can't be rehabilitated could lead to some really serious, awful consequences of, like the downstream effects of that could lead to some very cruel prisons. So
now I'm not
people being
opposed to
unjustly imprisoned for extended periods of time, or people being imprisoned in an unjust system.
Well, the way I look at it is in A, the person has already been convicted, so they are guilty. And in B, so it's like we're delaying their release. It's like what's worse for the people outside the prison? Delaying the release of someone, or releasing people who've been in the prison that's been run by people that believe humans can't be rehabilitated. Because as long as you've got prison sentences that can end, B is a disaster.
Yeah.
Like if you put someone in for fucking 6 months for robbing a liquor store, they're into a prison that's incredibly harsh and punitive like that. It's like, is that necessarily going to stop them? Like, or is it rather is it going to make them better? Like, there is an argument both ways. It's like, we should be punishing them harshly, but it's like, is literal torture going to encourage them to get a job?
Well, it could encourage them to not reoffend also.
That's true as well.
That all gets back into my position that a prison sentence should be harsh and brief. And not have lingering consequences for certain crimes. Pedophile, gas chamber. Rapist, gas chamber. Maybe a murderer, summary execution. Somebody who has embezzled $25 and got nailed for it. They should do their time and then be able to move on.
Get him to break a few rocks and things. Like, I'd be inclined to add something along the lines of must pass a GED as addition. It's like you have a minimum sentence of a month of rock breaking. However, you can't leave until you've also done your GED.
Yeah.
All right. So I think the consensus in chat is A. And I have to kind of lead with A, although I do understand the arguments for B. So move on to the next one, because I got 30 of these fucking things. Would you rather all corporate layoffs require the executive team to draw names in person, or the executive lose one luxury benefit for every person laid off?
Ooh,
B.
B.
Guarantee.
Yeah, I'd definitely
if
go with
if you
B.
go B, they'll find somewhere else for them. They'll find somewhere for the money, rather than losing their
Yeah.
fucking benefits. They'll find somewhere for it to go.
I think this is an easy B.
Yeah.
Okay, next one. Would you rather all politicians be required to send their own children to the lowest performing school in the district, or all education officials be paid based on the outcome of the worst school under their authority?
A, absolutely.
I mean, I think they both end up in the same place, but I'd be funnier.
Yeah. Well, this is why I always argue, if you're an elected politician, you have to live in tenement housing.
Mm-hmm. In your fucking constituency, goddammit.
Yeah.
At least fucking 75% of the year.
Although, like, so for B, like, there's some officials around here that are way overpaid. Right. And I think the vast majority of educational funding actually goes to paying administrative salaries.
That is true.
And not actually to. And so if they, like, you can have a superintendent that is a big area that covers both really wealthy schools that get lots of funding and really shitty schools who don't get a lot of funding. And they hire shit teachers. Of course, that's a whole broader argument. I personally am going to go with B. And I think the chat is going with B.
Because they're wrong?
Because, well, a monkey has a good one. They care more about money than their children.
Yeah.
I don't know. I might solve the problem because potentially as well, because like if every politician in New York had to send their fucking kids to the Buffalo school district, there'd be a lot of fucking administrators fired in weeks.
Okay,
but both of those are good ideas.
Yeah.
Let's
Okay.
go
Next
with
one.
all of the above.
Go. Yeah. Really, it should be both.
Yeah.
Okay, would you rather health insurance companies be forced to put a real person's name on every denial? I mean, meaning the person who did the denial, or the person who wrote the denial has to read it aloud to the patient?
B. Because then you get their identity for free.
I think this is an easy B also.
Yeah. And it also has to be justification on their part. And it's like, well, you shouldn't get your appendectomy you paid for because you're a white man. It's like, wait, what?
Yeah, TBTB. If they're in front of me, I can Fed post. Okay. Would you rather every hospital bill include a "we made this number up" confidence rating, or every medical administrator be forced to explain one random bill live on television each week?
B. Because A is like guaranteed 100% in all cases.
Yeah.
Yeah, B. And actually, the other added bonus with B is they would also have to say, well, the federal government has been forcing us to charge these prices to you because you're not on Medicaid and Medicare, because that is part of what happens.
That's true. The insurance premiums force us to do this, so it would out the people who are actually causing the stuff in a lot of instances, or allow them to scapegoat it onto someone else, which is about the same thing. Okay. Would you rather all public schools be funded equally per student nationwide, or all school funding be determined by televised auctions where districts have to admit what they're buying?
Ooh. I think B, because I've seen them misuse the funding even when it is equal per student.
Yeah. B makes it more uncomfortable for them. So I'll go with that.
Yes. They have to justify their shit. Yeah, I agree.
Well,
I'll go-
remember, was it Chicago that got busted sending its fucking staff on to fucking retreats costing tens of thousands of dollars? I want to see them on fucking
yeah, justify that in public.
justify that on
Mhm.
fucking television when.
Well, and I know here they spent a shit ton of money on like smart boards. They got rid of all the whiteboards and they
Yeah.
bought everybody smart boards, and it didn't make anybody fucking smarter. So
Smart boards suck. They're
Yeah.
completely fucking useless. Just get a projector and a whiteboard and be done with it.
Yep.
I agree.
Or
Okay,
chalkboard
B.
if you want to be really annoying.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Would you rather every lawmaker live for a year under the worst unintended consequences of a law they supported, or every voter be required to pass a basic civics quiz before voting?
All of the above.
Yeah, all of
Yeah.
that was nice.
You
For
can
the-
only pick one.
For the
I'm
purpose
going to
of
go
the-
with A.
Yeah, that there won't be very many lawmakers living long because they'd all get fucking stabbed on a train.
Yeah. Possibly. I think this is a hard one because I actually believe every voter should be required to pass a basic civics quiz before voting. I think we need to have more gatekeeping on the voting process. I believe if we had more gatekeeping on the voting process, then the lawmakers making shitty decisions would probably not have, we probably wouldn't have the same lawmakers.
Yeah.
But
Like I agree in
under the current
principle,
system, voting does
but
almost nothing.
I agree in principle that they should have to pass basic civics tests. But the immediate problem with that is who designs the test. And
that's true.
like we've seen the fucking tests the Democrats came up with for the African Americans after they got the nominal right to vote. And fuck me dead, a university professor at the time would be hard pressed to pass those fucking things.
Yeah.
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 I think it ultimately comes down to why I lean towards the lawmaker having to suffer is because it would take some of the people that are there for getting their jollies off in power. They would not be there anymore.
Yeah.
Right.
We'd certainly see a lot of these soft on crime idiots change their fucking minds quickly.
Yep.
Yeah, 100%. So, all right. I'm going to go with A on this one also. Jesus fucking Christ, this fucking. Okay. Okay, next one. Would you rather all public officials wear a visible meter showing how much of their job is performance, or all voters wear one showing how much of their opinion came from headlines?
Ooh.
I'm going to go with B because then you can
Yeah.
start shaming people.
Yeah, I think B is the better option.
Yeah.
Yeah. In
I-
this particular circumstance.
Yeah, I think A would. I like A. Because then it shames the politicians. B shames the public. But I mean, we all know that most public officials is 100% performance. So yeah, I got him LGM. That's why I said Jesus Christ, because that guy's posted twice. All right. So yeah, let's go with B for the public shame. Okay. All right. Would you rather every public school policy be written by teachers currently teaching full classrooms, or by parents who have volunteered in one for a full week?
Ooh. Oh, I'm slightly leaning towards A, but I mean, half of parents are fucking idiots.
Yeah. Look,
But
just look at
also,
the kid.
half of teachers are fucking
think
idiots.
half
It
of-
might be more than half of the teachers. I don't know.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
mean, as
I'm
long
with
as it's
Danny
not
on this
written-
one.
Politicians.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
Well, it's actually teachers are in unions, so let's go with B.
Yeah, B. If we can cut out the union bullshit, then B.
yeah. Okay,
But
yeah. B.
just
I think
gotta
B's
get
a
rid
good
of the
one.
unit of the. I've completely forgotten what they call it. Unions. Thank you, Brian. That was very helpful of you.
Okay. Would you rather students grade their teachers publicly or teachers grade parents anonymously?
Um. I mean,
You know,
I guess A, because I
kinda-
don't really give a shit what the teachers think about parents. I think it'd be
Well-
hilarious, but I don't really care.
yeah, because I mean, the only points for B that I'm seeing in this are like just absolutely shit parents who don't know what they're doing with their kids, get some level of shame. But most of the people that are shit parents just don't give a fuck.
Yeah. Also,
Right,
we
they wouldn't
know
care
they're shit
anyways.
parents. You can usually smell them.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
smells like a skunk, and we don't have skunks in Australia.
So I don't know if it's still up, but there used to be a website called Rate Your Professor
I think there are
that
still
I
places like that
consulted
around.
when I was going to school, just to see like because students could grade their professors publicly. So I'd definitely go with A on this one. Mostly because a lot of teachers are fucking retarded. Or teachers have because if parents, I'm sure that some of my children's teachers did not like me because I held them to account on some stupid shit that they did. I had sit downs with teachers on multiple times because I was involved in my children's education. So I would go with A on this one, definitely.
In your kids' well-being.
Right. Okay, would you rather HR be required to speak in plain English or every union leader be paid the average wage of the workers they represent?
Where's the option for abolish both?
So again, say morally questionable. These are not supposed to be easy questions necessarily.
I mean, everyone knows HR is full of shit.
Right.
Yeah.
So B, I guess, because HR would still be fuckwits.
Because if the union actually had to make what they forced workers to take, like the previous one with the politicians, some of the fucking clowns that are running unions wouldn't be there. It'd just be the people that are like, yes, this is a duty I have for my people. And it might break up national unions.
Yes, because they wouldn't be in it for the fucking wages.
Right. Well, and it puts the union leaders in a lot of instances are just a part of the business class anyways, right? Yes. They're part of that executive class because they're so wealthy, they're separated from the actual cares of their workers.
Yeah, and if they suddenly had to just handle the wages of the actual workers, that'd fuck them right up immediately.
Right. Okay, so next one. Would you rather every company mission statement become legally binding or every employee handbook include a things we only enforce selectively section?
Well, A, because every handbook would just have that on the inside of the fucking cover.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Because I just want mission statements to become a thing of the past. Like, just sell me product. Fuck you.
Yeah.
But yeah, basically. But I'd really love to see some of these dumb companies get trapped in their mission statements. It'd be hilarious. And yeah, B would literally just have that in fucking size 2 font on the inside of the front cover.
Right.
Everything in this book are things we only enforce selectively.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Like my company has a dress code, but I'm the only person that actively follows it every day. And it's just because I've just made it my everyday attire. to wear a button-up shirt with a collar and jeans and closed-toed shoes. This is where my boss comes in shorts and flip-flops all the fucking time, which means he shouldn't be working in the warehouse. He shouldn't be allowed to work in the warehouse, which is part of our job. But yeah, I would go with A on this one too, because B is just a given, I think, for every fucking thing in the book.
Yeah.
Okay, would you rather all layoffs be explained by the person who made the decision to the employee, or all resignations include an honest exit interview read aloud to management?
A.
Aye.
A?
Yeah, because even if it's read aloud to management, they're just going to roll
Doesn't
their
mean
eyes
they're-
and say, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, they don't give a shit.
Yeah. They don't care. They don't care. Yeah.
Shush, monkey. If he calls it a uniform, it's tax deductible.
Well, no, it's not. It's
No,
just
it's not.
I wear a Dickies shirt and Dickies jeans every day. And it's because
Are they
most
all
of
the
the
same
shirts I
color
own
too?
are dark. No, I have like 3 different colors. Although I do have 3 black ones.
What?
I've just over the years, it's like, well, this is an easy thing to wear at work. So I wear a Dickies shirt and Dickies jeans. I have like 6 pairs of Dickies jeans. They all look identical.
Yeah. Well, when I was
Like,
shopping for new, when I was shopping for new clothes to work to start the job, I just went into the store that had my size. Went to the rack and went, okay, I'll have these 5 pairs of jeans. Just grabbed them, grabbed every pair. It's like, oh, there's only 4 in black. It's like, oh, fine, this or blue or whatever it is. It's like, I think I ended up with like 3 different colors, but it's just because I was grabbing the first 5 in my size. And then I went over to the polo shirts, and it's like, right, grab one of everything in my size until I get to 5. Cool, excellent. I'm done. Bye. Gone.
Yeah.
Because I fucking hate clothes shopping.
Okay, so A, we'll go with A on this one. All layoffs explained by the person who made the decision to the employee. Okay, next one. Would you rather all police misconduct settlements come out of the pension, or all false accusations against police be publicly corrected with equal prominence?
Aye.
Yeah, I'll go with A on this one. But
but I guess the
Go for it,
reason why
Bleach.
I'm hesitant for thinking about B is imagine all of these fucking idiots that are running around screaming about, Derek Chauvin. Suddenly they're in jail.
Yeah,
that could be interesting.
Yeah, well, with the way that Dave's phrased it, though, with equal prominence, it just means that when the New York Times has headline, Chauvin murders black man for breathing too heavily, it's like, no, then they have to go have front page news. New York Times lies about police officer.
Well, that's fair.
Which is far less productive, I think, than the I. Now, if false accusations got you jail time, then that would be a different scenario. But as it's written, I just I immediately dismissed it, frankly.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of police misconduct settlements coming out of the pension. I think that would cause the police to police themselves a lot fucking harder than they do.
Yeah.
Although there's an argument to be made. Yeah, it could cause police to become to take fewer chances in case of something happening.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a double-edged sword.
It's on the same note of how qualified immunity needs to be reworked, not abolished entirely. Like, you do need a process by which if a cop grabs a drug dealer with obvious drugs and throws him in a cell, when that guy sues the cop for false arrest, the judge can look at it and go, no, fuck off, retard. But we don't need this stupid shit of, oh, please find a Supreme Court case with exactly identical circumstances that said the police officer was unequivocally wrong. No, fuck that retarded shit. That's how you end up with this fucking bullshit where there was a city worker who unlawfully arrested someone and got qualified immunity on the lawsuit.
Yeah.
Fuck that
Well, that's
shit.
the court. That's a problem with the courts right there, because
Yeah,
the
but
courts are the ones that ultimately decide qualified immunity.
Well, it all comes out of the fucking Supreme Court's incredibly restrictive and stupid qualified immunity ruling. It needs to be reworked. There does need to be a system for throwing out obvious bullshit, but requiring such ridiculously specific circumstances is unfair. Like, when a cop's obviously been a fuckwit, then they shouldn't be allowed to use qualified immunity to get out of it, just because no other cop was that stupid previously.
Right.
Because that's all
Okay.
qualified immunity means. Anyway, yeah, carry on.
Right. Yeah. No. Yep. You're right. So, hey, I've got a few more of these to get through. So we'll go with A on this one, because B doesn't have enough teeth.
Yeah.
Okay. Next one. Every police reform advocate do one ride along per month, or every judge be reviewed by defendants, victims, and jurors.
B.
B. Yeah.
Hard
yeah.
B. Especially after the last
Yeah.
week's news out of the fucking UK. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. No shit. Yeah. I think B's a better one.
Yep.
Easy B. Okay. Next one. Would you rather every prison be judged by how many inmates reoffend after released, or how much justice victims believe was served?
Well, one's an objectively quantifiable metric.
Yeah. Because the problem with B is you could have, old mattress girl. Oh, he should have been put to death because he looked at me sideways while I consented to
Well,
sex.
she wasn't a victim. I assume the question means real victims.
An actual victim. Yeah.
Yeah, an
but,
actual
but
victim.
still,
Yeah.
it becomes a matter of, if, I don't know, you get convicted of taking $5 from me when I wanted to go buy a candy bar, and I'm really pissed and I have a chip on my shoulder about that. It's like, no, you should have strung him up, versus the judge saying, yeah, okay, give him $10.
Well,
I feel like that would be abused to an extreme extent.
Yeah.
But what about those chodes who say, I forgive my son's murderer?
Yeah, that's another
well,
reason
you know.
to not have that. That just eliminates B entirely. It's like, oh no, I forgive him. It's like, cool, so you're a fucking idiot. It's like, no,
Yeah.
we're not letting him off just because you're stupid. The rest of us don't want to have this guy around.
Right. So I think B falls into kind of the same pitfalls as having victims on the parole board, personally. So I will go with A on this one. Oops. Okay. Would you rather every new housing project require approval from nearby homeowners, or from people currently priced out of the neighborhood?
I get where B's going, but
The problem is, it's like, now you're going to have people that are like just being punitive for very stupid reasons.
Yeah.
Where
I could see that.
It's kind of like, do you suddenly want
would you like
Section
a
8
migrant
housing in your
hotel
community?
next door?
Yeah.
Right. Well, but then you could also get to some really not in my backyard kind of shit, right?
Yeah,
Where housing, which is the situation you have in places like San Francisco, where it's impossible for them to create new housing, to lower the price of housing, because all the people who are currently homeowners do not want to, one, have the housing, their housing value depreciated by having new houses put in, and they don't want to allow anybody else in the neighborhood.
Yeah,
So
which is the problem. But you've also got developers putting in really dodgy fucking new estates. Like, I think I've shown previously the pictures of the houses that are so close together the gutters overlap.
yeah.
I don't want that shit
Yep.
anywhere near me.
Right.
Like, I
Yeah.
don't
I
believe
personally
that
think
kind
I
of
would go with.
place should exist on
Oh, go
fucking
ahead.
principle. It's like fucking worse apartments. Like, it's not even as good as the fucking old British row house. And I'm certain that the reason they do it instead of building the row house is because if they did it as a row house, there'd need to be a fucking inch and a half or 3 inches of fucking fireproofing between the place. But if they go, oh, it's two different houses, they can be an inch apart at the walls, and then we don't need to fireproof them, despite the fact that if one catches fire, we're going to lose the entire fucking suburb. Sorry,
Right.
you may continue. You know, there's my
Oh, yeah.
rant.
No, yeah, I agree. I I'm leaning towards A on this one as well. Because B can lead to some really punitive things.
Yeah.
So
And I think the problem with B is you're going to have jealous people saying no to everything, where with A you could have the NIMBY attitude, but there could also be, hey, let's space out the property a bit more. Let's not have them, the houses basically mating.
Yeah. The other problem with B
Yeah.
is someone would be like, I propose that we turn this nice house in a reasonable suburb into a literal slum. When we're not even going to build a house, we're just going to knock down the house and slum.
Mm-hmm.
right.
Because the communists would do that because they hate the rich people.
Okay. Next one. Would you rather public transit be designed by daily riders or road expansions planned or road expansion plans be designed by daily commuters stuck in traffic?
B, because I have no
B.
point of reference for A.
I desperately... Well, I think that all civil engineers are fucking retards that can't drive.
There are also communists who are luckily dead.
Oh,
sorry.
there's a bunch of new roads near me where they're definitely not dead. But they fucking should have been fucking laid down under the fucking asphalt. Like, there's a fucking highway. There's the Centenary Motorway. I think that's one lane each way at 100, and then it slows down to like fucking 60 for roundabouts.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, goddamn. Yeah. No, I'm a hard B on this one.
Whoever designed that fucking highway, and rather the people who designed it, plus the cunts who refused to pay enough for it to be done fucking properly, should be fucking beaten. Because now there's a whole bunch of fucking population centers springing up off that highway, and it's fucked. Anyway, sorry. I'm going to keep ranting.
Yep.
And we need to move
on. Okay, yeah. So we're on 23 out of 30. So we got a few more left here.
Holy crap.
Okay, so
you got excited.
Would you rather every environmental regulation include its cost to ordinary workers, or every deregulation include its cost to ordinary families downstream?
I think A, because I've seen places where they've instituted, this is a wetlands, and then forced the sale to the federal government.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I'll go A too. I'm not quite sure I've wrapped my head around the whole thing.
I'm actually going to go with B on this one personally, because I think that some of the deregulation that happens after the lobbying, and specifically I'll draw on my experience working with the water resources, is because every time they allowed some big company to use more water, they took water away from a fucking family farm.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think there's actual real downstream consequences. Although,
okay, so that's what you mean by deregulation. Because that sounds more like malfeasance rather than deregulation.
Right. Well, and some of the deregulation is a result of malfeasance, and then some regulation is the result of malfeasance as well. So it goes both ways. Personally, I definitely understand A, and I could get behind either one, but personally I'm going to have to go with B, But I think everybody else is going with A, so I'm in the minority. I'll accept that I'm in the minority on this one. Okay, next one. Would you rather every climate activist live according to their stated carbon standard, or every public health order require the official issuing it to follow it first and visibly?
Dear God,
Yeah.
Yeah,
If we take their smartphones off them, we won't have to hear from them ever again.
yeah,
True.
that's fair.
And if
true.
they call for population reduction, well,
They'll be the
they
first
have to
ones.
be the first ones.
Yeah, they can be the
Yep.
first carbon to be reduced.
Yep.
Oh, I don't want to see them on private jets, Greta. I want them all to have to fucking swim. No power boats either. They've got to sail. No, and they can't use any electricity.
The problem with B that I see is they can be like, yeah, and I'm going to order that every public health official gets a massage from their favorite Chinese masseuse. Like,
Yeah,
well,
yeah, no
shit.
Well, the problem with B is these fucking idiots believe their own fucking farts.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of the time they do. So, yeah. Okay, we're running long, but we'll go with A on this one. I think that's kind of an easy A, just because fuck those idiots. Okay, would you rather all hospitals publish average wait times and billing accuracy rates, or every non-profit be audited for effectiveness?
B. God, that'd be hilarious.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't really care about the wait times, but the billing accuracy, that could be interesting. But B, I guess, how do you quantify B? What when it comes to effectiveness? Their stated goal or their unstated goal?
Well,
Yeah,
I think the first metric could be the amount of their income that's spent on administrative costs and advertising.
Right.
And if that's anything more than like 20%, we put them all in prison. Also, the stream is being fucky. It's still up, but it is being fucky. So just be aware, everyone. We know it's being fucky. We're going to continue.
So I actually did a project on this when I was in school, and we found how some nonprofits spend the majority of their money on executive salaries, and we found that the Make-A-Wish Foundation is the most effective charity in terms of what they take in and what they give back.
Cool.
So they have very low overhead, and they give most of what is given to them back to the people who they're meant to benefit. So Make-A-Wish, if you want to donate to a good charity, Make-A-Wish is it. So
if you need
next
a
one.
tax deduction.
Yeah, if you need to donate to a charity. So would you rather every church, charity, and civic group publish its actual community impact, or every person who complains society collapsing to be required to join one?
Well, charity's so broad. I kind of want that one, just because of how broad the term charity is.
Yeah.
And I guess that when you talk about the collapse of society, so now you're being forced to join an institution that you see as being at fault.
Yeah,
part of the problem.
And also, it's the charities and civic groups that are causing society to collapse.
Well, kind of. Like civic groups. I don't know if necessarily the charities in the church.
Well, there's a lot of
like
overlap.
NGOs.
There's a lot of overlap if you just go not for profit under the charity banner.
Yeah. All right, we'll go with A on that one. We're coming in on home stretch. Would you rather all international aid require corruption tracking, or every person calling for military action name the cost they're willing to personally bear?
That's the option for all international aid to be banned.
Right.
Name the cost they're willing to personally bear. You know they wouldn't. They'd go, "Oh, I'm willing to bear some bullshit," and then a bunch of
They could make themselves a
useless
martyr
words.
with B.
Yeah.
But then the question with A is, does that include consequences, or is it just, oh yeah, this is a shitty NGO?
Right. Well, look at how much of this money is sitting in a Ukrainian warehouse right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
So-
kind of B for me. Not because I don't want the corruption tracking, but it should have summary executions attached to it.
Right.
Yeah.
Funnily enough, so should be.
Yeah.
Actually, you know it'd be good when they're calling for military action. They're allowed to have the vote, and then we decimate, and I say decimate in the literal Latin term, everyone who voted in favor of the military action.
Mm.
We
Yeah.
randomly select 10% of those in favor and shoot them on the spot.
Or make them go to war.
Or you make them, deal with the enemy, and if they get shot, they get shot. If not, they get citizenship. So yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, because I guess I'm kind of backtracking a little bit, because it's like with that, because I mean, if it was a justifiable war, I'd put my life on the line. We just haven't had one in my lifetime.
Right. Well, and I think the corruption tracking kind of comes with the implication that there would be consequence there, but that's not actually stated in the question. So
Yeah,
I don't know. This is a tough one. I would personally go with A, because I don't know if B has enough consequences just based on the question.
Well, there were no consequences for all the international aid corruption that Musk and his pals found.
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is a hard one. Personally go with A, definitely can see B. We'll go to the next one. Would you rather every school board meeting be moderated by combat veterans, or every public school administrator's private reaction to a parent's complaint be made public?
B.
Yeah, B.
B? Yeah.
Yep. There are
Big
too
B
many faggy combat vets out there. It's like, oh, respect my service. It's like, no, fuck you. Thank you for
but
your
also,
service. you
also
pussy-ass bitch.
moderated isn't a harsh enough word, because moderate just is like, oh, they'll keep orders. Like, no. I want every school board meeting to be possibly championed or assaulted or
Mhm.
engaged in ongoing warfare.
Yep.
Yeah.
Ask Richard High, Andrew Cops, what he thinks of school boards.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's why for me it's an easy B, because it's like, now that the administrators are having to regulate themselves,
Mhm.
which means they might not make as many shitty decisions.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, next one. Would you rather the DMV be fully privatized but brutally efficient, or remain public but every employee is allowed one honest sentence per customer?
The fuck?
I'm gonna go with A.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I.
Yeah, I'll go with A on this one too.
My alternative option is that we should abolish the DMV.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, and the final one. Would you rather every expert panel include one ordinary person affected by the decision, or every ordinary person panel include one expert who is allowed to ruin the mood with facts?
Well, A, because I am the B. Also, I know you two
Yeah.
fuckers are as well. Along with most of
Yeah,
our
yeah.
audience. A conversation about something that's like, well, actually, from the other side of the fucking room.
Yeah, I think would be better, simply because, oh well, I'm an expert. It's like, well, you don't live with this shit. Fuck you.
Also, the experts seem to be entirely out of touch with fucking reality.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
the line must go up. Let's import 1 billion Bemalians.
So
Yeah.
that's all right. So I think A on that one is a good one. So A is a good one to end with. That was the last question I had.
right.
So now we're over, but let's do some memes.
Yeah, we'll do some quick fire memes. So I'm just going to go backwards this time. And I'm actually going to need my screen on the big screen, so that'll help. Stabbed and need help,
Thanks
you
for
say?
playing, folks.
Wouldn't that make you racist?
Oh, yeah.
Handcuffs, arrest, and a stab wound. Handcuffs, arrest, and a stab wound. Handcuffs, arrest, and a stab wound.
Ah, Jesus,
These
yeah.
fucking useless whores now dressed as police.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
The
just
AI
as
did an
effective.
excellent job.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh dear. Knock knock.
Who's there?
It's Jesus. Let me in.
Why?
I just want to talk about your post. Oh dear. Dumped off my coyote and tear to the taxidermist and told him to do his best. This is what he gave me. I don't think he realized one of them are separately and not together. I don't know a single man that would complain about this.
That would be great.
That's pretty dope.
Yep. It is pretty good. It's really well done. That's something I'd probably double check, but it's well done.
Yeah.
Here's one that every single one of us is gonna feel, and the audience is. What really haunts is I'm really not smart enough for so many people to be this much stupider than me.
Yeah.
This one goes out to Dave, who probably posted it. Once I became a parent, I finally understood the scene where Yoda gets so tired of answering Luke's questions, he just dies.
Yeah.
I'm gonna skip the video since we're short on time.
Okay.
Men, can you give us the right to vote? To responsibly have a voice in society? Yes. Women, great replacement time.
Yeah.
Send this to a friend so they have to open their phone and look at a picture of a 2026 Ford Transit cargo van for no reason. Meanwhile, me looking at this going, I could use one of those. Motivational quotes so I can go to the gym. Go, stupid fat bitch. Oh, this is a good one. I'm glad you found this one. I'm crying. You made me cry, baby. No, now is not the time for pet names. No, I'm calling you a baby. I'm insulting you.
I love this one.
Son, it's not okay to tell someone they sound retarded, but you can tell them they sound vaccinated. It's politically correct and will make them twice as mad. Cucumbers are now sold like this. We all know the reasons. The prospect of US-style air conditioning sends shivers to some Europeans. In France, media outlets often warn that cooling a room to more than 15 degrees Fahrenheit below the outside temperature can cause something called thermal shock, resulting in nausea, loss of consciousness, and even respiratory arrest. That would be news to Americans who expect indoor temperatures to be cooled to around 75 degrees, even when it's near 100 outside. What psycho wants it as high as 75 degrees?
Right.
Yeah. I mean, 72 is like the absolute minimum.
right? In this case, it's the maximum too. But yeah, like 75 is awfully fucking high. Like, oh, I'm gonna need a quick calculator. What's 74, 75 F2
So
C? Fuck me, that's 23.
15 degrees. So yeah, 15 degrees is 10 or is 9.4.
Yep. Let me just check what the air conditioner behind me is set to. By the way, I have air conditioning now. It's set to
Huzzah!
22. See?
Oh yeah. That's why we're able to run long.
Yeah. No, that's what the treadmill's for, running long.
Oh yeah. There you go.
Dad jokes, yay.
Mine will be here on Monday.
Yeah. Oh, nice. Holy shit, it was expensive, the one I got. And like, I wanted at like $300 something on top of the price for
Jesus.
postage and handling. Then I went on Amazon, and god damn it, I hate Jeff. But I went on Amazon, and the unit price was like $100 more, but the shipping was free.
Yeah.
And I was like, god damn it, Jeff, bye. Just so you don't want any
okay.
immigration. I don't want any immigration. Wow. So you just say you don't want any more non-white people coming to the US. I don't want any more non-white people coming to the US. So just say you're racist then. I'm racist. Oh, this one I like. Why'd y'all call my kids crayons? Because they're different colors from the same box. Oh dear. Right. Let me grab a couple from live shows just to thank chat for submitting them. Prime found a really good I don't know if it counts as a meme, but it's fucking funny, so it'll fit in. Countries that ban or restrict VPN services: Belarus, Iran, Iraq, North Korea, Turkmenistan, China, Russia, Egypt, India, Myanmar, Oman, and United Kingdom.
Yep.
By Mulvad, which from what the googling I've done is the best for privacy. And then I think then there's another one that's better for internationally watching content, shall we say. It has that there's another one that has port forwarding that reasonably good, but Mulvad has things like stealth mode and quantum tunneling. Why do I know? Because I'm talking to you through it now. Callum has a comment about how he got the ideas for the mini holders. He's just broke. It's just enough, eh?
Yeah, but that to me, it's like there's a reason why innovation is more interesting, because there's like everybody could do that.
Yeah. Prime says that Mulvad's Swedish for mom. Well, that explains the fucking logo.
Ah.
So I actually had one of these once. Had to get rid of it. Cute, looks harmless, but they're loud and incredibly expensive to keep and absolutely untrainable. The other's a kangaroo. I don't know anything about kangaroos. Oh god, this one's. Nobody here knows that I'm going to Harvard University with a full ride scholarship this fall.
Oh god,
Dave, you're gonna love this one. I think. I think Bleach will too, but I'm looking forward to your reaction. Hansel and Gretel ends with two Germans pushing someone into an oven. Yeah, but the witch deserved it. She was big nosed, curly haired liar. She was hiding all the cheats to her greed seven. Oh no. Oh, condom history. In 1272, Arabic Muslims invented the condom using a goat's lower intestine. In 1873, the British somewhat refined the idea by taking it out of the goat first.
Yeah.
And funnily enough, I've heard of that about Scottish and shape. Hmm. Oh, here's a picture.
Oh, damn.
And that's the memes we've got, I think. So that brings us
Okay.
to the end. We did roll a little over. Yeah. So things coming up this week. You boys have the order circle.
Yeah.
Yep, John Singer Sargent on Thursday, talking about the Gilded Age and academic art and some really glorious portraiture, honestly, some just fantastic paintings. So, and suspicious number of nude men. So, but yeah, John Singer Sargent, come visit us for that, and we'll talk about some art.
Hell yeah. And stay tuned. Just gonna trying to get more streams of the party game, but timing's a motherfucker.
Yeah.
Other than that, Trim will have a short up on Wednesday. And I believe that's everything we know of, though. Apparently, a certain someone has expressed interest in being back on the show again, so we might have to put Trim to work,
Oh yeah. There we go.
wherever the fuck that went.
Might have special guests. That would be cool.
Yes, we'll have to see if that special guest will come back. So that should be very fun if we can arrange that. Yeah, I think that's everything. Thanks for joining me, boys. Thanks for joining us, chat. It's been a blast as always. And that's all from us for today. We'll see you throughout the week in the server. Shadilay, everyone.
Shadilay.
Shadilay, folks.